Chapter 1176. Klein pretended not to notice that he was in a real dream. As he stopped maintaining the projection on the death console side, he attempted to summon another me from the historical void to deceive the Tudor Ruins Guardian, allowing his true body to escape the dream and sneak into the secret mausoleum to complete the destruction. At present, he could only maintain 3 historical void projections. Death Console Aztec Eggers was one, and his concealed self was another. As for the ascetic leader, Ariana, he couldn't be sure if it was one. To be safe, before Klein summoned it again, he could only disperse one of them. As for Ariana's state, apart from suspecting that her true body had descended, Klein had another guess. It was that after the matron of the Evernight Cloister sensed that her past projection had been summoned in the Amantha mountain range, she had deliberately entered a concealed state and disappeared from the real world, allowing the projection to gain consciousness. This was completely feasible, especially when authorities in the domain of concealment had a certain level of confidence in their historical void projections. And for such an angel of concealment, Klein was unable to confirm her true situation through the feedback of the historical projection maintained by a scholar of yore. All he could do was not make any changes to prevent any accidents. Just as Klein was about to summon his past self, the real dream he was in silently vanished. Everything around him returned to normal. He was on the cliff at the entrance, and below him was a dark and majestic mausoleum. An ordinary-looking elder floated in midair. Under the faint light emitted by the underground moss and the illumination from the stone pillars inside the cliff, he calmly looked at Klein and sighed in ancient Faceac. "You actually weren't fooled by the dream I weaved. This elder's hair was completely white, but it was thick enough. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and he didn't look special. A Sequence 3 Dreamweaver of the Spectator Pathway? No, it's at least an angel." Klein tensed up and didn't respond. He immediately took out the Silver Adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. There was no sound, but beside Klein, Rionette Tynker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads he was holding immediately spat out a rectangular diamond-like charm, while the other head chanted an ancient Hermes. That's right. Yesterday reappeared. This Miss Messenger wanted to borrow strength from her past self, and compared to a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, his borrowed power could last longer. However, the talisman did not change at all. Floating in the air, the old man in a grayish-white robe chuckled and kindly reminded, "Don't use ancient Hermes in front of me." Hermes? This is the Hermes who survived the Second Epoch and created the ancient Hermes language? An angel of the Spectator Pathway, the source of psychological alchemy. Klein was first alarmed before he realized the problem. Hermes' desire to participate in the battle wasn't too high. No, perhaps she is deliberately putting on a show to numb us. Beyonders of the Spectator Pathway are best at playing with people's hearts. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, Rionette Tynker's other 2 heads began chanting in Jotun and Elvish respectively. Yesterday, the rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly ignited by a transparent flame as it fused into the void. Rionette Tynker's body began to rapidly expand as the 4 heads in her hand flew up and landed on her neck. These 4 heads turned illusory and stacked together. In an instant, Rionette Tynker turned into a gigantic doll that resembled a castle. She wore a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines wrapped around her. Her eyes were as red as blood. Her gaze swept across Hermes from ancient times. Her tightly shut mouth opened, but she didn't make a sound. The angel of the Spectator Pathway flashed with a faint light as she turned into a white and plump rabbit. Ancient Bane, transformation curse. The rabbit didn't panic at all. Her body began to expand, becoming the size of half a mountain. She could trample Klein to death with 1 foot. To an angel of the Spectator Pathway, I'll be strong if I believe I'm strong enough. I won't be restricted by my external image. And as the rabbit turned into a monster, there was a subtle change in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined, making Tinker unable to tell which part was a dream and which part was reality. Klein could tell and noticed that not only was Miss Messenger in her mythical creature state, but the rabbit's body was also covered in grayish-white scales. All sorts of patterns interweaved to form three-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect to the mind. Angels are truly terrifying. To use a complete mythical creature form right from the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take another look. Prying into knowledge was firstly because time didn't allow it, and secondly, his level wasn't high enough. Seeing a complete mythical creature form would definitely affect him and result in a certain negative state. This was something he had to avoid in a dangerous battlefield. Taking advantage of Miss Messenger's battle with the dragonized rabbit, Klein used the strong winds to descend towards the secret mausoleum. As he silently chanted an honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. The first attempt was a failure. The second attempt was a failure. The third attempt was still a failure. Just as Klein's mind island had one fat white rabbit after another appear, forcing him to raise his consciousness and resist. Just as he was unable to think about anything else, he instinctively extended his right hand forward and finally touched a certain image in the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image quickly outlined itself. She was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood. She had a beautiful face and slightly glazed black eyes. This was the Church of Evernight's concealment angel that Klein had once encountered. Later, he learned in the foggy town that this was the nation of the Evernight's mother of the sky, the daughter of the ancient god, Phlegria. He also suspected that she had become a vessel for the goddess's descent. Since the ascetic leader, Ariana's historical void projection could be successfully summoned in one try, Klein definitely wanted to try to summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess all this while. Scholars of yore had an insurmountable limitation when using the historical void projections. It was that they were unable to summon objects that involved a uniqueness. However, for a vessel of a deity's descent, it depended on how much power the corresponding historical void projection contained, and if it involved a uniqueness. Similarly, if he wanted to summon Amon, he couldn't summon his actual body, but his avatar could. To be safe, Klein summoned the one who had smiled at him during the Great Smog of Bakeland. In the end, he succeeded after 3 tries. Of course, Klein believed that if it wasn't for the goddess's tacit approval and even some help, he wouldn't have succeeded even if he tried 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The beautiful lady didn't look at the scholar of yore who had summoned her. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the secret mausoleum below. The entire underground ruin suddenly trembled. The dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake as ripples appeared, as though it was about to be moved into the hidden world. At this moment, 2 arms reached in from the outside world. One of them pressed down on the gigantic doll, Tinker, while the other spread out its fingers and grabbed at Klein. These 2 arms were more than 10 meters long. Their surfaces were pitch black and flowing with sticky liquid. There were strange protrusions on them. They either had skeletal heads, 3-dimensional eyes, or barbed tongues. Abomination, Sua. The few remaining guards in the underground ruin went crazy. They either raised their swords to slash at their companions, or raised their guns, aimed at themselves, and pulled the trigger. Klein's skin began to crack as his consciousness was disturbed by a crazy feeling. He was unable to respond effectively. The concealment angel he had summoned followed its instincts and retracted its gaze. It looked up at the 2 arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. The immense fear made Abomination Sua's arm tremble slightly. Not only did he fail to grab Klein, but Tinker also took the opportunity to curse it, causing it to grow short green fur. Right on the heels of that, they began to fade as they struggled in an attempt to escape their concealed state. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared in midair above the underground ruin. They were Roselle the Great, the first king of Rouen, William Augustus I, and the abstract angel formed from pure light. The historical void projection summoned by Zeridal chased after them. With so many angels descending at the same time, just the influence of their auras caused the entire space to tremble much less the intense battle that they were engaged in. For a moment, the dark mausoleum shook even more intensely, and inconspicuous cracks even appeared on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised at all, because this was his final plan. When the enemy was too strong and had sufficient preparations, making it impossible to create an opportunity to destroy the mausoleum, he could lure everyone together and create chaos. This was the inspiration Klein had received from his encounter outside Biome. Back then, Abomination Sua, an artificial death byproduct, had attacked from afar. Sea King Kotman, Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker, and a demigod from the Rose School of Thought had participated. The outcome was the collapse of an innocent mountain. At this moment, Klein wanted the secret mausoleum in the ruin to be like the mountain. He didn't believe that the angels could control themselves from destroying the surrounding environment when the battle reached an intense stage. And the lineup this time far exceeded that of the past. It's still not enough. Then I'll make it a little more chaotic. As Klein controlled his spirit-body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the mysterious space above the gray fog. With his basic grasp, he made it tremble slightly. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared as a majestic palace appeared. Sapphira Castle. In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Bakelin darkened, as though a storm was brewing. A bird with dark circles under its eyes that was looking down the Tussock River changed the direction of its gaze. In ruin number 1 on the outskirts of Bakelin, Demoness Trissy had been stripped of several of her abilities. She was severely injured and could die at any moment. With a bang, she slammed into the cliff wall, almost embedding herself into it. Her body was covered in blood. At this moment, she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond-shaped charm. Yesterday once more. Chapter 1177. In high-level battles, there were very few opportunities to use charms. No one would take the initiative to give their opponent the time to pull out a charm or chant an incantation. The reason why Trissy was able to complete the corresponding actions was because she was burning with evil black flames from the inside out. The black flames seemed to absorb all the heat in the surrounding area, causing thick ice crystals to form. Outside the ice crystals, almost invisible spider silk wrapped around her, forming a huge cocoon. With these 3 layers of defense, Trissy managed to buy a second or 2. Hence, she took out a rectangular diamond-like charm and chanted, "Don't worry about it." Yesterday, a transparent flame ignited in the evil black flames, and the diamond-like charm silently disintegrated, fusing into the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to this Demoness, so that the destruction from 3 directions could be turned into the main point of attack. Trissy immediately saw the grayish-white fog, and she discovered that the scenes of the past were like stars, densely packed there. There was him who wandered the streets as a child, being controlled by gangs, being swindled, kidnapped, and stolen. There was him who joined the Theosophy Order and became an assassin. There was him who enjoyed the end, enjoyed the bloody slaughter, and enjoyed people being instigated to tear off their masks to reveal their beastly nature. There was her who had no choice but to become a witch due to various reasons. There was her who began to spread disaster. There was her who was arranged by the Demoness sect to become Prince Edisac's mistress. There was her who was becoming less and less like herself, gradually becoming addicted to pleasure. There was her who was in extreme panic and yearned to escape, but ended up falling deeper into hell. There was her who endured endless pain and chose extremes. With a thought, Trissy magnified the scene, filling her entire field of vision. In a spot of light, the lawn outside the window was like a carpet. Horses were walking slowly, and golf holes could be vaguely seen. Inside the house, a museum cabinet filled with antiques blocked the view from the door. In the past, Trissy was standing at the edge, looking outside. She wore a sapphire ring on her left hand. Back then, she wasn't even a sequence 5, so she didn't have the power she needed to borrow. However, she had a ring from the Demoness sect, one that had a close relationship with the primordial Demoness. Trissy wanted to borrow that ring. Suddenly, a unique ring with a sapphire embedded in it appeared on Trissy's pinky finger. And unlike in the past, the present Trissy had already fused with the mark and submitted to the primordial demoness. She had become a Sequence 4 demigod who had undergone a great transformation. In other words, although she wasn't a sturdy vessel for a deity's descent, she already had the qualifications to do so. The sapphire ring allowed her to temporarily take the initiative. Looking at the scene from the past, Trissy raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and pressed the sapphire ring to her glabella with a smile as the cocoon formed from the spider silk shattered inch by inch. The thick ice crystals melted silently, and the evil black flames corroded her. The ring melted like metal and flowed into Trissy's head in a half-real, half-illusory manner. At this moment, the layer of evil black flames had been completely taken away by Prince Grove, and a scorching white spear of light was thrown over. At the front of the spear, there were two pure white wings spread out, surrounding the tip of the spear like an angel. It sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for the target to escape. At that moment, Trissy opened her eyes. They were deep black. Her hair stood up one by one, all of them as thick as snakes. Their outer layers were slippery and sinister, and at the top of them were embedded black and white eyes, or they grew a venomous snake-like head. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their tongues. The spear, condensed from pure light, stopped in front of Trissy, as though it was being held down by an invisible hand, preventing it from moving forward an inch. It was quickly dyed with a grayish-white color, turning from illusory to corporeal, as though it was carved from stone. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted and hit the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless pieces. Around Trissy, the grayish-white color rapidly spread out in all directions as though it had a life of its own. Wherever it passed, the rocks would harden, and everything else would turn into stone. The various rituals that had been set up in Ruin Number 1 were also dyed grayish-white, preventing the angels guarding the other secret mausoleums from immediately discovering the changes and descending. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by the grayish-white that spread out from the void. All he could do was rely on the blazing light emitted by the crown of thorns on his head to maintain a very small safe zone. The words he wanted to say or do couldn't be transmitted at all. Without the scara and black areas around her eyes, Trissy didn't even look at her opponent. Surrounded by her snake hair that blotted out the sky, she took a step towards the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley. Boom! The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud sounded from the depths. Red meteors with flaming tails appeared out of thin air, passing by demoness Trissy and smashing towards the mausoleum. In an instant, the ruins suffered multiple catastrophes. George III, who was at the critical moment of his advancement, sensed this scene as he immediately felt a strong sense of puzzlement and anger. He split some of his powers with great difficulty, and with the help of the arrangements he had made in advance, he forcefully distorted the surrounding area, isolating the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world and space, preventing earthquakes and meteors from approaching the target. Boom! Boom! Amidst all kinds of disasters, the cliffs collapsed one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the secret mausoleum that had become a world of its own. Are you crazy? To forcefully accept the power of a true deity's descent at the level of a Sequence 4 would only result in death. Trissy laughed as the skin on her face stretched to its limits. Inch by inch, it cracked, revealing the blood and flesh that seemed to be squirming crazily beneath. The demoness, who had become extremely terrifying, scoffed. Shouldn't the ending of a beautiful story be for all the bad guys to die? For example, you or me. Before Trissy could finish her sentence, with a horrifying smile, she plummeted towards the secret mausoleum that had the surrounding space distorted like a meteor, hoping to forcefully destroy it. In another mausoleum, Klein didn't put on a brave front. He quickly ended his connection with Sapphira Castle, as though he was praying to the fool for help. The commotion from before nearly caused the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel was a historical void projection summoned by Klein. She could only continue fighting based on her instincts, causing the chaos to worsen. At this moment, William Augustus I's projection drew a silver rapier and pointed ahead before slashing. There was no need for him to say anything else. The chaos in the ruins came to a halt as the battle was split into different battlefields. Hermes fought the beautiful and dazed lady. Abomination Sua suppressed Rionette Tinker, Roselle the Great, and the Angel of Light. The two historical void projections surrounded Klein. William I was in an independent position, controlling the effects to prevent the aftershocks from hitting the mausoleum below. As expected of the Hand of Order, Klein's pupils dilated. Without any thought, he reached his right hand into his clothes and stretched out his left hand to borrow strength from his past self. The Death Consul, the Evernight Cloister's matron, and the Concealment Angel were all historical void projections that far exceeded Klein's own level. Be it summoning or maintaining them, it placed a huge burden on his spirituality. He had no choice but to borrow some strength from his past self before his spirituality completely dried up. This way, he was filled with fake spirituality. For 5 minutes, they were just like the real thing. Then Klein saw light. The angel formed from pure light with illusory wings on its back made layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave, drowning him. In the blazing sea of light, an item suddenly appeared and rapidly descended, approaching the secret mausoleum. It had a dark-colored cover and an interior made up of parchment. Roselle's Travels. As for Klein, he relied on his essence of being able to split into worms of spirit and his enhanced shape-shifting ability to shrink into a bookmark of flesh and blood. He embedded them into the book and relied on them to block the endless light's purification and melting. But even so, Klein suffered considerable injuries. This was because the light could illuminate a portion of his body from the side. This wasn't the end. In the direction where Roselle's Travels had fallen, Roselle the Great, dressed in gorgeous clothes, was waiting with his hands raised. Klein couldn't be bothered to think about anything else. All he could do was activate the first method of self-preservation. He hid directly in the historical void. Boom! A loud thunder boomed outside the ruins. In the beginning, it sounded very far away, but by the end, it was already close to his ears. Including Klein and the projections in the historical void, all the living beings in the ruins were intimidated and turned stiff. The sea of light instantly dimmed. No, there was one figure that wasn't affected. In Klein's eyes, the Church of Evernight's Angel of Concealment, the beautiful but not agile lady, took the opportunity to fade her body, turning into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She expanded into a strange world that included Hermes, Rionette Tinker, Sua's arm, the Angel of Light, and William Augustus I. Although Klein had summoned a historical void projection that had greatly reduced its strength, some of its essence was still present. The chaos that Klein was looking forward to had finally arrived. As for George III, other helpers, such as the King of Angels, they were still in other mausoleums. The moment the nearly transparent world took shape, the angels inside began to resist. In the chaos, the strange world was easily torn apart. However, the light that was mixed with the remnant powers of the angels rushed out under the lady's deliberate guidance and headed straight for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. Boom! An even louder thunder boomed. Roselle the Great, who had attempted to stop it, was shocked once again. He didn't have the time to make any attempts. In an instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was struck. The cracks on its surface silently deepened, revealing the dark interior. In these cracks, blood appeared out of thin air. Some were bright red, while others were dark. Boom! 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 This time, Klein, who had returned to his human form with Roselle's Travels, and the worms of spirit that were scattered around him, shot out an air cannonball. The mausoleum, which was already on the brink of collapsed as large amounts of blood flowed out. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George III advancement ritual was no longer stable. It lacked a key support. If only one mausoleum had been attacked, he could still rely on his invisible connection with them to put up a certain level of defense. But now, he was suffering a fierce attack. His illusory body suddenly boiled as he could no longer maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissy. The corners of Trissy's lips curled up on her squirming face. In Bakeland City, Memorial Square, my subjects, the stern and old-fashioned George III, who had a mustache, was wrapping up his speech when he exploded with a boom. His flesh and blood turned into fireworks that sprayed into the air. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes at the end of the month. It would be a waste if you didn't vote Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1178. When Audrey and company saw this scene, it was as though they were watching a large-scale magic show. For a moment, no one reacted to what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene turned chaotic. Amidst the undulating screams, the soldiers of the King's Guard rushed up the platform. The cabinet members and the nobles in the House of Lords subconsciously found a place to hide, where they mustered their courage and followed the guards to check the scene. Audrey watched in a daze. She wasn't too surprised, but she found it surreal. The people in matters that Mr. World paid close attention to meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool. And Mr. Fool had never failed to achieve his goals up to this point. This was the will of a deity. In the other municipal squares in Bakeland, Melissa, Banson, and company also heard the explosion. Then, they realized that the king's speech had come to an abrupt end. After a moment of silence, the people gradually turned restless as they whispered to each other. The fear of the unknown and the future slowly took over their hearts. In the outskirts of Bakeland, inside ruins number 1, George III's mind had already become extremely blurry. He felt that there was an irresistible and extremely crazy consciousness spewing out like a volcano. This was changing his body and distorting all the things around him. Vaguely, he saw a huge black throne, and he's sitting on it, wearing the emperor's crown, proudly looking down at reality, ruling over the people, and being equal to the gods. He extended his hand in an attempt to grab this future, but countless curses and attacks from an unknown source landed on him, preventing him from touching it. No, George III's hand, which had transformed into a rule, stopped in midair. His consciousness was completely torn apart as his body completely transformed. Trissy, who had already collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood, was surrounded by countless thick snake hair as she covered the shadow of order. Boom! In the outside world of ruins number 1, the forest suddenly collapsed inwards, stirring up a large amount of dust. It filled the air like the thickest haze. Boom! The area formed a huge crater that connected to the Tussock River, drawing in the surging river water. Rumble! The sky rapidly darkened, and a storm that contained endless terror shrouded this place. On a mountain peak further away, 2 figures stared at this scene. For a moment, neither of them spoke. One of them was the demoness of unaging, Katerina, who was dressed in a holy white robe, and the other was a hooded red angel evil spirit with a pale face. After 2 seconds, Saintess of White Katerina sighed softly. The reason we want to find her is because the primordial told us that she has a strong tendency to self-destruct. The red angel evil spirit listened silently as his expression warped slightly. I know who interfered with my response. Katerina thought of one answer after another, but she was unable to confirm any of them. In the end, she chose to remain silent. The red angel evil spirit slowly spat out a word, night. After a pause, he suppressed the emotions in his heart and added, "Otherwise, I would have found Trissy Cheek long ago." Without waiting for Katerina's response, the red angel evil spirit turned around and left. In another ruin, Klein, who saw the secret mausoleum collapse and a large amount of blood flow out, only had time to flash a hint of joy before he had no choice but to turn his attention back to his own situation. The failure of George III's ritual and his failure to become the Black Emperor meant that his goal had been achieved. The next focus was on how to escape. At this moment, taking advantage of the considerable impact of the mausoleum's destruction, Rionette Tinker followed her agreement with Klein and didn't stay any longer. She rushed into the spirit world and fled deep into the depths. The power she had borrowed from herself in the past was coming to an end. The beautiful concealment angel had already reached the limit that Klein could maintain. After transforming into the strange world, she naturally disappeared. In the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced Abomination Sua's arm, Hermes from ancient times, Roselle the Great's projection, William Augustus I's projection, the Angel of Light's projection, and the thunder that was pointing at an unknown location. Any one of them had the ability to easily kill him. And if he wanted to summon a historical void projection at the angel level, it wasn't something that could be done in a few tries. Without any hesitation, Klein's body turned incorporeal in an attempt to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the grayish-white fog in his vision. It was made up of countless transparent maggots that extended transparent and slippery tentacles in all directions. Zeridol's true body had appeared. He had been waiting for Klein in the historical void all this time. At this moment, Klein's entry into the historical void could no longer be reversed. He could only watch helplessly as he was attracted by the vortex and thrown towards the center. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite the other paper cranes, but he realized that there were no flames that could rise up. Having already tested him once, Zeridol had sufficient confidence in his trump card. With the suppression of his level and the authority of mysteries, he was unable to control the flames. In addition, Klein's intuition told him that the destination of the teleportation was strangely connected to the vortex formed by the transparent maggots. He was unable to escape, nor did he have the time to summon sufficient helpers. Asir didn't perform unprepared. The vortex formed by the transparent maggots slowly spun, welcoming Klein's visit. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner. They wrapped around Klein, but they only wrapped around an ancient book with a dark cover. The blood on the surface of the book had yet to completely fade. Roselle's Travels. In the most dangerous second, Klein took the initiative to prick his finger, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of Roselle's Travels. Then, he entered the book's world and temporarily escaped the fatal trap set up by Zeridol. The moment he entered the book's world, Klein immediately reached out and grabbed forward. He grabbed a marionette that he had only briefly possessed from the historical void. Vin Rambus. Klein had once experimented that he could summon the projection of true history here. After all, it belonged to Sapphira Castle, and the book's world's prayer to the fool wasn't obstructed. Of course, if that didn't work, Klein had other solutions. It was to summon Justice Audrey, who existed in the book's world's history. In short, he needed a mid-sequence, high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway to bring him into the sea of collective subconscious, into the city of miracles, live seed, and into the hall of truth. This was because Klein had no idea how long it would take for a sequence one like Zeridol to grasp the secret of Roselle's Travels, nor did he know if he would forcefully descend into the book's world. All he could do was race against time. The gentle and elegant Vin Rambus, who was dressed in a formal suit and a dark red bow tie, pulled Klein with a stiff expression and directly entered the sea of collective subconscious formed by countless overlapping lights and shadows. With the powers of a manipulator, they quickly traversed and arrived at the city of miracles, live seed, in a few seconds. They arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Klein dispelled the maintenance on Vin Rambis's marionette and, pushed by the strong winds, ran through the door. As he passed through the colorful murals, his inner voice echoed in the hall. The success rate of summoning 0-08 here should be relatively high. Use it to draw or write something at the end of the mural on the left. It can affect the real world through its arrangements. I can make Zeridol make a mistake, allowing me to find a safe path to escape. No, it's better to let Amon's avatar join the chaotic battle and implicate Zeridol. That's easier to achieve. It's no wonder the goddess wanted to fish Amon to Bakeland. The mural on the right represents the world in the book. I can use 0-08 to draw a temporary door for me to leave As he ran, Klein's right hand kept grabbing at the void in front of him. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When Klein once again borrowed strength from his past self, his right hand suddenly sank as he dragged out a slightly dim classical quill. 0-08. In the next second, Klein arrived in front of a huge pillar that was so wide that it would take countless people to wrap their arms around it. There was a clear sense of the vicissitudes of time. It was the throne of the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. Klein circled around the stone pillar and came to the end of the mural. He picked up the quill, 0-08, and was about to write. He had never experimented with the changes that would happen when he used 0-08 here. He was afraid that the accident would be too great and alarm Amon's brother, causing his plan to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor to be discovered ahead of time. And at this moment, he didn't need to think about such matters at all. He could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Suddenly, 0-08, which was about to begin writing, disappeared. It disappeared before it reached its limit. What's going on? Klein was surprised. He then realized that the Hall of Truth didn't amplify this sentence. The surroundings were extremely quiet. With a thought, Klein slowly turned around and saw that the ancient stone pillar had turned into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point in time. In front of the cross, a huge, blurry figure stood there, carrying everything on its back as it looked at all living beings with pity. Inside the Hall of Truth, there were rows of black seats with backrests, but there was only one prayer. This prayer had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first row. He wore a rather simple white robe, and he had a pale golden beard that covered the lower half of his face. His hands were clasped in front of the silver cross pendant in front of his chest, and his expression was warm and calm. Adam, president of the Twilight Hermit Order, king of Angels Adam. Klein had no idea when he had arrived. At this moment, Adam raised his head, revealing eyes that were as clear as a child's. He slowly stood up and spoke with a calm expression. Intis no longer watches by the sidelines and has decided to take the opportunity to launch an attack. This war has truly begun to engulf the world. Do you accept such an outcome? P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the end of the month. Everyone, don't waste it, Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1179. Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein felt a sense of coldness and heat when he heard it. He wanted to defend himself, but he was at a loss for words when he opened his mouth. After silently looking at Adam's clear eyes that could reflect his figure for a few seconds, Klein said with some difficulty, "That's not the case. I accept, but I will also work hard to reduce the damage caused by the war in the future as long as I'm alive." He paused for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the price you marked for the gift?" Back then, when one of the ascetics here said your real name, you already noticed this travel book and secretly made arrangements. Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, didn't respond. He walked towards the murals on the left and stopped in front of one of them. He raised his head slightly and quietly admired it. In the mural, the book bound from goatskin flew into the clouds and into the cosmos before landing in a gigantic claw. After looking at it for a while, Adam said in a warm voice, "You can leave now." Klein immediately felt that he was being repelled by the Hall of Truth, the City of Miracles, and the world in the book's sea of collective subconscious. He couldn't help but float up and fly out. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the rows of black seats. He held the silver cross pendant, closed his eyes, and piously prayed to the huge and blurry figure. Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door silently appeared. It stood in midair and led outside. The world in the book also began to repel Klein, squeezing him out of the door. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world in front of the grayish-white fog. He was in a state where he was about to enter the historical void. Unlike before, he wasn't locked onto by the vortex formed by countless transparent maggots, and the nearly invisible, slippery tentacles that wrapped around Roselle's travels trembled slightly before vanishing into thin air. Without the time to feel the pinch, Klein's thoughts raced as he instinctively made a choice. He leaped into the grayish-white fog from another direction and hid in a shattered spot of light. This was also the so-called historical void. In the next second, Klein began to regret it. This was because Zeradol's slippery and terrifying tentacles extended over from the grayish-white fog. The countless transparent maggots no longer formed a spinning vortex as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zeradol could actually fight in the historical void. This was the suppression of a high-ranking Beyonder of the same pathway over a low-ranking Beyonder. The best way to deal with a demigod of the seer pathway was always to be a demigod of a higher sequence. Without any hesitation, just like when he advanced, he ran through the spots of light and fled deep into the fog of history. The collapse of the secret mausoleum, the air raid on Backlund, and the tragedy of the great smog flashed past one after another, but the sense of danger in his heart didn't weaken. He even saw the thick shadows approaching him and began to cover him. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots and slippery tentacles. Klein ran with all his might, constantly chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun, hoping to be saved. This was the only thing he had the strength to do, and it was also the only existence that could save him at present. Of course, if he knew of Amon's honorific name, he would definitely attempt to provoke this blasphemer. Only by messing up the situation would he have a chance of survival. Rosel's proclamation as Emperor, the improvement of the steam engine, the battle of the violated oath, the White Rose War, and the 20-Year War flashed past his mind. Klein realized that his body was being covered by more and more shadows. His consciousness gradually slowed down as though he was being controlled by his spirit-body threads. At this moment, hounds of Fulgrim ran out from the various spots of light in the grayish-white fog. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, and their eye sockets burned with dark red flames. The corners of their mouths extended all the way to the back of their heads. This group of monster-like Sapphira Castle keepers passed by Klein and rushed behind him. Klein immediately regained consciousness. F***CK. He cursed himself. His eyes were slightly red as he continued running with a blurry vision. He ran from the 5th epoch to the 4th epoch, and from the 4th epoch to the 3rd epoch. The huge shadow behind him paused for a few seconds before continuing to surge towards Klein as though nothing had happened, drowning the historical void he passed through. Klein wasn't stingy with his spirituality at all. He desperately used the spots of light he had lit to run through the fog of history, from the 3rd epoch to the 2nd epoch. He ran to a lonely fragment of light, surrounded by a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. This was the history where giant King Ormur buried his parents. As for the tidal wave formed by Zeradol's true body, it didn't seem to understand the past enough. It was unknown which era it had stopped in, but it was unable to catch up. At that moment, Klein's spirituality was almost drained. In the fog of history, he could only borrow strength from the void he was in. Clearly, there was no such thing as his past, and when his spirituality was exhausted, he had no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. When that happened, he would once again face Zeradol. Phew! Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane. He snapped his fingers and ignited it. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't see Snake of Fate Will Septon appear. There's no way to use an ordinary paper crane to contact Will in the historical void. Why hasn't Amon appeared yet? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein could only chant in Jotun again. Evernight goddess, loftier than the cosmos, more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. After holding on for a few seconds, Klein suddenly had an inspiration. Hence, he didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure appeared, the spirit-body threads floated into the air and were grabbed by a slippery and transparent tentacle. And opposite him, another figure appeared at the same time. It was the barefoot ascetic leader, Ariana, who was dressed in a linen robe. According to Klein's abilities, the angel-level historical projection he had summoned had definitely vanished. Therefore, the one who had arrived was undoubtedly the true body. The matron of the Evernight cloister glanced at Klein and instantly made him vanish under Zeradol's tentacles. Klein entered the secret world that belonged to Ariana. It was nighttime here, and it was a cloister with many ancient buildings. A gigantic and holy crimson moon hung high in the sky. Based on their past experiences of working together, Klein immediately used teleport to flash to the crimson moon and escape from this secret world. After returning to reality, Klein had already distanced himself from Zeradol. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use traveling to leave. As for Ariana, who had temporarily stopped Zeradol, she transformed into a concealed state and left the battle. Rumble. A terrifying thunder boomed as the transparent tentacle that had attempted to reach out to the spot where Klein had disappeared suddenly retracted and vanished with the true body. Klein, who had teleported to the sea, couldn't be bothered to borrow strength from his past self. He summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where his marionettes, Konas and Inuni, had gone. Of course, they might have evaporated under the illumination of the Angel of Light. Ha! The paper figurine ignited with scarlet flames and rose into an illusory angel with layers of wings on its back. It wrapped around Klein and eliminated all traces. Then, Klein activated teleport again and left. In the secret mausoleum in East Chester County, William Augustus I and Queen Mystic Bernadette simultaneously sensed the death of George III through the changes in order or through their own prophecies. The latter didn't stay any longer. His body suddenly separated like a pile of soap bubbles that refracted light, scattering in all directions before shattering. William Augustus, I didn't have the mood to stop or chase after him, but he wasn't in that much pain either. Klein took a huge detour and used Angel's Embrace 3 times to eliminate his traces before silently returning to Bakeland, which was probably the safest place at the moment. He didn't return to the apartment he had previously rented. Instead, he found a hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his looks, height, temperament, and characteristics. He became more ordinary, and inconspicuous. After entering the room, Klein endured his mental fatigue and physical injuries and began chanting the honorific name of Sea God Cavituous. He prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog. He wanted to use his true vision and the real Angel's Embrace to confirm the environment and eliminate any latent dangers. Thankfully, Zeradol should have signed a contract with George III. He can't leave the mausoleum he's guarding. Otherwise, I would have most likely become his marionette in that chaotic battle. His and Abomination Suo's appearance has exceeded my expectations. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took a counterclockwise step. He opened his mouth and chanted in Chinese, "Blessings." Suddenly, Klein's body trembled. His voice came to a halt as he froze on the spot. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared on the chair beside the full-body mirror in the room. He was of medium build, male, and relatively young. He wore a dark-colored jacket and trousers. He was a mixed blood of Ruan and Balam. This was the marionette that Klein had previously lost, Winner Inuni. Inuni smiled as he faced Klein's eyes that couldn't move. "Don't randomly throw your marionette around. You'll be tracked." As he spoke, he slowly stood up and took out a crystal monocle from his pocket. He slowly wore it on his right eye. End of the 5th installment. P.S. The 5th installment will be concluded in the wee hours of the morning. Also, don't waste the monthly votes on the last day of November. Chapter 1180. Ahem. If I were to directly write about the Tarot Club at the beginning of the next novel, I would write that everyone is having a meeting under Mr. Fool's watch. However, the world Gehrman Sparrow seems to be wearing a monocle, and Mr. Fool's posture is even more relaxed than usual. His body is slightly tilted, his right elbow resting on the armrest, and from time to time, he pinches his right eye socket. Will he be drowned by the blades that are thrown at him? Haha, I'm just joking. No matter how dramatic the turn of events is, it has to be in line with basic laws, no, basic logic. With the foreshadowing and clues provided, I can't just write whatever I want. Everyone can rest assured on this point. For the entire fifth book, I've already summarized the main problems. For a long period of time, Little Ku will be rather lost and lacks sufficient motivation. This will cause the tension of the plot to gradually decline. After all, it's not the beginning, where we can follow Little Ku to understand this new world bit by bit. There are other things to nurture and maintain our interest. In the middle and later stages of the book, everyone will definitely want to see the development and advancement of the plot. Furthermore, it has to be the kind that makes people look forward to it. However, when I first wrote this part of the structure, I considered that such a change can't be too sudden. After all, after such a huge impact at the end of the fourth book, Little Ku will definitely need a lot of time to digest and accept it. I have to use a lot of foreshadowing to slowly find new motivation. Look, there's no need to worry about the tension of the plot in the next book. And while writing about Little Ku, I also have to take care of the other characters. I have to describe their growth, their obsessions, and their inner conflicts. Therefore, the pace is further slowed down. It's like a squid waving its many tentacles. From controlling 2 or 3 simple storylines at the beginning to controlling 7 or 8 storylines and characters, it's really getting more and more strenuous. Furthermore, I can't let it affect the structure of the story. I can't let it become clumsy and stumble. Unfortunately, for this reason, I can only temporarily suppress the plot of some characters to prevent the structure of the story from becoming unbalanced. Apart from the problems summarized above, there are 2 more points. First, it takes about 200 chapters to complete the level up. In terms of the structure of the story, it's too slow. But in terms of actual progress, it's too fast. Although the foreshadowing makes this result seem reasonable, I still feel that it's too tight. Little Ku needs another 1 or 2 years to digest the level up. He would have to pay attention to this point in the future. This was a problem with the overall story arrangement. There are not too many gaps in the timeline. I didn't know if I had summarized it before, but I didn't really remember, so I might as well say it again. For many authors, leveling up was mainly to provide fun points, and I was no exception. However, I had another understanding of leveling up. It was a tool and a yardstick for me to control the pace of the plot. Why was this possible? My understanding of the word was change. After a story had been going on for too long, everyone would desire something new to be added to the story. They would desire something different. They wouldn't want the story to remain the same. At such a time, leveling up would naturally provide change. It would be very gentle, and it wouldn't just be a simple change to the environment. The main character himself would also change from inside to outside. Therefore, it wasn't that it couldn't be written without the elements of leveling up, but there had to be nodes of change. In a sense, this was an internalized, gentle leveling up. Just like in some romance novels, the feelings of the male and female protagonists could also be seen as leveling up. From less to more, there would be elements of regression, division, and reconciliation. The second point was that many of the plots in the fifth book gradually broke away from the low and mid-level beyonders and the social environment. This was an inevitability brought about by the increase in Little Ku's strength, status, and level of involvement. It was also a problem that I hoped to find a way to solve, because once there was no environment, there would be no sense of reality, and the entire story would have no foundation. There would only be drama and conflict. This was also the reason why my previous books developed faster towards the end. Well, except for martial arts. It was because there was too much repetition, and leveling up brought too little change to the plot. One of the reasons I came up with the sequence system and the acting method was to let the high-ranking beyonders who had broken away from society re-enter the world through the acting method. I would give them a life and return the world to reality. This point was somewhat reflected due to the main theme of this novel, but not too much. I hope to strengthen it in the future. Going back to the fifth book, the theme of Red Priest represented war. There weren't many positive descriptions, but it ran through the entire novel. It was the bright line of the plot, and at the same time, it used the encounters in this environment to show the feeling of drowning and struggle. Trissy was one, Little Ku was another, and those characters who struggled to hold on in the face of the torrent of the times were the same. I repeatedly emphasized drowning in order to not mention it in the last 10 or so chapters. I wanted to create such an atmosphere and feeling through the story itself. I believe everyone can understand it. When Trissy said those words and fell into the mausoleum, Amon put on the monocle in front of little Ku. The feeling of a struggler finally sinking into the water could be seen. The corresponding character images were also established. It was precisely because of the need for such an atmosphere that the encounters in this novel didn't have many plot twists. From my point of view, being attacked by the enemy and then being attacked by the enemy again might not be as gloomy and depressing as always struggling to break out of the encirclement but being unable to find a direction. And it was because of the problems summarized above that the subscriptions in this novel had been dropping since the 5th book. Occasionally, it would rise a little, but the trend didn't change. It had dropped by almost 10,000. Therefore, it was very necessary for me to ask myself that question because it solved the problem of internal motivation and plot tension. It was a little hard, but the effects were very good and immediate. Since then, the subscriptions have steadily risen and recently reached its peak. The average subscriptions is now 89,000. The 6th book is called Light Chaser, a sequence 2 from the Sun Pathway. In ancient times, it was called Sunchaser. The exact meaning is literal, but it symbolizes many people and many things. This novel is very important to me personally. It's the most important part of the overall story structure. It's the initial completion of the world structure. It's also the opening of the situation. It's also the key to whether the impact of the plot can be formed. Previously, a friend asked me if mysteries had passed the peak of the story and was at the end. I said no, that the peak I expected would be in the 6th book. I'm a little nervous, not knowing if I can write it well. Well, the next 3 books definitely won't reach 200 chapters. As for the exact number, I can't tell. It might be 100, or it might be 150, or it might be less than 100. This is mainly because I can't predict how many chapters one can write in the 7th and 8th books before I finish writing the 6th book. I'm a squid without an outline or a detailed outline. I only have the plot's key points, climax scenes, general development, and main structure. Therefore, before writing every chapter, I have to think for nearly an hour, sometimes even more. Well, it's not like I don't have an outline or a detailed outline. It's all in my head, and I update it every day. Previously, a friend asked for my outline and realized what it was. Other than the world's settings, character settings, power settings, and historical chronology being very detailed, the outline is usually just for show. I basically won't follow it. All right, it's time for the much-anticipated part. The 5th book is over, and I'll rest for 3.5 days. This time, I have to come up with a more detailed outline for the 6th book. Otherwise, if I just rely on my brain, it will become more and more difficult as I progress. There are too many things I need to consider. Well, half a day starts from Saturday noon. The last chapter is updated in advance, which means that I'll have half a day off on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and I'll resume updating at 12:30 noon on Wednesday. Also, it's the beginning of the month. Don't forget to insure the monthly tickets. Give me the motivation to finish writing the 6th book. I'll give you the additional chapters for November's monthly tickets at the critical moment of the plot. Chapter 1181. In a hotel in the Bakelin Bridge area. Apart from the fact that his thoughts still belonged to him, Klein couldn't control anything else. Even his eyeballs couldn't move. He knew very well that this was likely a deeper level of parasitism. In such a state, he could only look ahead with fear and despair. He watched as Inuni, who had worn a monocle and had transformed into Amon's original appearance, smiled and took a counterclockwise step. He then opened his mouth and muttered in fluent Mandarin, Inuni, Inuni. He chanted in fluent Chinese, the celestial lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Did he steal my thoughts or my Chinese abilities? It should be the former. Otherwise, there's no way for he to grasp this ritual. Klein's pupils couldn't dilate as he watched. He felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. The monocle wearing Amon seemed to sense his emotions. He turned his head to glance at him and smiled. He took another step counterclockwise and chanted in Chinese, the celestial lord of heaven and earth for blessings. Following that, the blasphemer skillfully carried out the ritual. Every step he took and every incantation he recited made Klein's heart sink deeper and deeper into the dark swamp. It was as though he could no longer see the slightest glimmer of light. The celestial lord of heaven and earth for blessings. When Amon took the final step and recited the final incantation, an endless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Klein's eyes. Please sounded in his ears. Without needing to listen carefully, his spiritual perception stirred, and he understood what it meant. After advancing to Scholar of Ur, he had basic control over Sapphira Castle. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they had grasped the correct ritual or the corresponding incantation, they had to obtain his permission to enter the world above the gray fog. Reject him. Klein was immediately delighted as a clear thought surfaced in his mind. However, just as he had this thought, he forgot it. He stood there like a statue carved from stone. His intention to reject had been stolen by Amon. Klein once again felt despair, but the grayish-white fog in front of him and the prayers in his ears didn't disappear. Klein was first taken aback before he understood what was going on. I understand. I have to personally head above the gray fog and control Sapphira Castle. Only then can Amon enter. There was no such thing as acquiescence. This thought was like a straw that Klein grabbed without hesitation, lest he sank into the water silently and coldly without anyone knowing. Although he did not know how to make use of this matter, his intuition told him that the only hope and the slightest possibility might be hidden in this. At this time, Amon stopped trying and looked at Klein. Clearly, he failed to successfully enter Sapphira Castle. The Angel of Time adjusted the monocle on his right eye and smiled without any change in expression. Honorable Mr. Fool, your idea of saving yourself is very interesting. Amon used the standard Ruan language, but every word seemed to be able to mobilize the power of nature, creating rounds of explosions in Klein's mind. How can he be sure that I'm the fool and not the blessed of the fool? Klein's body and mind turned cold as the hope that had just surfaced sank into the water once again. How can I be sure? Amon made a tisk sound and sat down on the chair he was sitting on. He pointed at the round stool opposite him and said, "Have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony." As soon as he finished speaking, Klein involuntarily took a step forward and sat on the round stool. Amon surveyed the room, raised his hand, and grabbed Klein's black silk top hat. He wore it on his head and said with a smile, "That's right, Klein's right. Do you think I don't know that the ritual just now failed? How long has it been since Sapphira Castle's anomaly? How can I forget? I just wanted to see your reaction, and your subconscious despair and instinctive rejection are very interesting. If you aren't the self-proclaimed fool, how could you have such thoughts? Dear Mr. Fool, am I right?" In the process of making 4 consecutive rhetorical questions, Amon's expression was rather joyful, like an old hunter who had caught a fox's tail. I've been deceived. Klein finally realized why Mika wasn't disappointed in the slightest. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but after thinking for a while, he calmly opened his mouth and said, "Just kill me." I can speak now." Klein hurriedly tried to control his body, but it was impossible. In the next second, he was prepared to recite the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, but he immediately lost this thought. The thin-faced blasphemer Amon pressed down on the monocle on his right eye and maintained his excited state. "That way, you can be reborn in Sapphira Castle. The more I talk to this fellow, the more mistakes I make." Klein shut his mouth tightly and didn't say another word. Upon seeing this, Amon smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to be so afraid. Actually, there's no irreconcilable conflict between us." Klein, who was sitting on the round stool like a puppet, was stunned for a moment without responding. Amon leaned forward slightly and looked into his eyes before continuing with a smile. "Our only conflict is Sapphira Castle. However, do you really wish to shoulder that fate? Are you really not worried that the original owner of Sapphira Castle will revive in you?" This sentence hit the point that Klein was most concerned about. He He was momentarily at a loss for words. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and didn't press Klein for an answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Give Sapphira Castle to me, and all the problems will be resolved." That way, whether the original owner of Sapphira Castle can be revived, or if the corresponding fate can be withstood, will be something I need to worry about, not you. Also, the pursuit of Dor and little Zeradol, the gift of Evernight, and the subsequent arrangements of my paranoid brother will be left to me to worry about in your place. As for you, escape all of this and become a Sequence 3 that only belongs to you. Hell, why should I kill you? What's the need for me to kill a Sequence 3? Even if I want to reclaim the characteristic, it's not essential. My prey will only be Palez, little Zeradol, and the door. The rest will depend on my mood. As for the organization you established, I can also maintain it on your behalf. It's very interesting, very interesting. If you think this price isn't enough, I can make you my blessed. Haha, didn't you pretend that the fool is the angel of time, Amon, in the City of Silver? In the future, it can become real. I'll lead them out of the forsaken land of the gods and see the light outside. When the time comes, you still have a chance to advance to Sequence 2 and become an angel. This is basically taking over all my worries and difficulties, leaving only the benefits. Klein, who didn't have much desire to become a true god and control Sapphira Castle, felt his heart palpitate when he heard this. If he didn't know that Amon was a top swindler, he would have agreed on the spot. But in the end, he said expressionlessly, "Kill me. That's all you know? Is that all you know how to say?" Amon wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Klein with interest. To him, this was something that was fun enough. It was completely understandable that he would encounter difficulties during the process. They would only make the joy after success even better. "I'm just a heartless repeater." Klein used a lampoon to ease the pessimism and despair in his heart. Instead of answering, he asked, "How do you know that the City of Silver believes that the fool is you?" He didn't dare to say that the City of Silver still suspected that the fool was the deity that Amon believed in, afraid that he would infuriate him. Of course, if Amon was the kind of person who would lose his intelligence after being infuriated, Klein would definitely attempt to do so. This was because he now suspected that after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, his rebirth after death would be above the gray fog. Unfortunately, Amon wasn't a king of angels of the storm pathway, but the god of deceit that gave a true god a headache in the fourth epic. Amon chuckled and said, "Do you think I only have 2 avatars in the City of Silver? Since you, the fool, and the hanging man, have interfered, I'm happy to watch quietly by the side." The City of Silver still has Amon's avatars. Who will he parasitize? Yes, the members of the Giant King's court exploration team weren't parasitized. That's something that can be confirmed. As Klein tensed up, he felt that it was only natural. This was because Leonard had once told him that seeing one Amon meant that there was a bunch of Amon lurking around, not just 2 or 3. Without thinking too much about it, Klein tried his best to take the initiative and create an opportunity. "You didn't directly snatch my fate because you can't bear it now." Amon nodded calmly. "Yes, that's why I want to make a deal with you peacefully. But since you rejected it, I can only take you to see my true body to a sufficiently safe place. Then, I'll take away your fate. When that happens, your outcome won't be as good as what I just said." As he spoke, the man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face slowly stood up and walked to the door. Klein stood up and followed behind like a puppet. As he reached out to open the door, Amon seemed to think of a question. He pressed down on the crystal monocle and turned his body to look at Klein. "What's the 4th honorific name of your scholar of your?" In mysticism, the corresponding honorific name of every existence wasn't that strict. As long as one could use the correct format and a certain description to narrow down the scope to the point of no ambiguity, it could point to the corresponding hidden existence. This was also the reason why many cultists who didn't know anything about mysticism could randomly fabricate honorific names, but still receive feedback. Of course, if it wasn't an honorific name given by a hidden existence, there was no way to enjoy the automatic response treatment. Whether a connection could be established depended on the existence's interest in the supplicant. Amon had previously used his understanding of Scholar of Your German Sparrow to accurately restore the complete honorific name of German Sparrow through the powers of Sequence 7 Cryptologist of the Marauder Pathway. However, he didn't attempt to pray and use automatic response to establish a connection and lock onto the other party's location. This was because his godhood intuition told him that there was a problem with the fourth sentence and that it would definitely fail. The correct fourth honorific name flashed across Klein's mind, but he didn't plan on telling him. At this moment, Amon opened his mouth and recited his thoughts. Protector of Bakelin's magic and theatrical performances, after the Angel of Time and Blasphemer finished reciting, he didn't say a word for a few seconds. Then he laughed heartily. After he finished laughing, Amon nudged the monocle on his right eye and smiled. To be frank, this is very interesting. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed? Klein opened his mouth and said the familiar answer. Just kill me. P.S. Recommending a book, Initial Evolution. Ing Dang's Infinite Flow after many years of making a comeback. The third book of the Evolution trilogy. The battle scenes are excellent, the power system is interesting, and the character's intelligence is online. Currently, it's gradually entering an optimal state. Chapter 1182. Upon hearing Klein's answer, Amon smiled and shook his head. As he reached out to open the door, he casually asked, how did you come up with such an honorific name? It has to be related to me to a certain extent, but it also has to prevent others from using the automatic response to prayers to lock onto me. There aren't many such honorific names. Seeing that he had been exposed, there was no need for Klein to hide it. Furthermore, he hoped to grasp a possible opportunity through such a conversation. At the same time, his mind raced as he considered how to save himself. I'm deeply parasitized. Any thoughts that aren't beneficial to Amon will be easily sensed and detected by him. It's Saturday today, and it's almost Monday. If the fool were to stop the tarot gathering without any warning, the other members would definitely be terrified, nervous, and puzzled. Among them, the person who has the method to contact the world will definitely attempt to summon the messenger and ask for the reason. And once Miss Messenger approaches me, she'll be able to discover Amon's existence. Then, she can use the yesterday once more charm to return to his peak state. With the strength of a complete angel, he has a high chance of rescuing me from Amon's avatar. The most important thing for me now is to persevere and live through the next 2 days. By the way, since Amon can't steal my fate now, why did he attempt to make a peaceful deal? Even if I agreed, he wouldn't dare to allow me to head above the gray fog. That means that I'm out of his control and can use Sapphira Castle to effectively purify and counterattack the parasite. Could it be that agreeing itself is a switch that doesn't require any follow-up processes? Amon deliberately didn't mention this. Indeed, he's lying to me. Klein grasped a glimmer of hope and decided to try his best to stall for 2 days. Amon's focus was still on the honorific name that neither humans nor angels could think of. As he walked out of the room, he scratched his chin. Have you provided protection to the magic and theater performances in Bakeland? I've protected a trickmaster before. Having made up his mind, Klein was much more cooperative than before as he simply answered. That's right. He simply replied, I'm a magician myself. I performed many times in Bakeland. The monocle-wearing Amon nodded. Barely. He then walked out of the hotel room and down the stairs to the street. Klein followed behind him like a servant. Looking around, Amon pinched his monocle and sighed with a smile. What a pity. Regret what? Klein asked, puzzled. I've already been caught by you. What else do you need to regret? Amon pressed the silk top hat on his head and maintained his smile. You can guess. If you can guess correctly, I can make your ending a little better. Klein didn't believe his promise at all. In order not to be swindled out of more secrets, he shook his head. I can't guess it. Boring. Amon gave a brief comment. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly knocked on his monocle. From the pedestrians on the street, the trees beside the road, the sparrows on the roofs, the rats in the muddy corners, and the various creatures that could not be seen in the air, An illusory insect-like figure flew out and returned to Amon like stardust. The Son of God status was immediately raised to the level of an angel. Klein raised his left hand, and the human skin glove suddenly became transparent. This was the activation of teleportation. At that moment, only creeping hunger was real in Klein's clothes. The rest were conjured from flesh and blood using faceless and the glove's powers. Seeing that the trip was about to begin, Klein was taken aback as he blurted out a question. "Why aren't we teleporting in the room?" Amon taking him away from Bakeland was within his expectations. After all, this was a place that even a king of angels needed to be wary of. However, Klein couldn't understand why him would normally open the door, go down the stairs, and leave the hotel. The eye behind Amon's monocle swept a glance at Klein as the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "I've already answered you. What a pity. You actually didn't seek help from Palace." This angel of time had an obvious smile on his face, but his black eyes were devoid of any emotion. It left Klein's body cold. "He's certain that I'm in contact with Palaz Zorost. Because of what happened previously?" "No, stop." Klein attempted cogitation, trying his best not to think too much to prevent Amon from stealing his thoughts. Amon nonchalantly glanced at the panicking pedestrians on the street and looked up at the gray sky. "I can only wait for the next time. The most important thing now is to bring you to that place." As his spoke, Klein and Amon's figures turned transparent at the same time, disappearing from the hotel's entrance. No one who came and went found anything amiss. After passing through countless indescribable spirit world creatures and all sorts of overlapping colors, Klein and Amon appeared above a sea. Beneath their feet was a huge gap. The blue seawater was severed here as it cascaded straight into the bottomless darkness like a waterfall. However, it was forever unable to be filled. This was the entrance to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Klein's heart stirred as he asked, "You want to take me to the forsaken land of the gods?" Amon's monocle reflected the magnificent waterfall, nodded slightly, and replied in a casual tone, "That's right. When we get there, even your messenger won't be able to sense you through the contractual connection." There was a clear barrier between the forsaken land of the gods and the spirit world. It could only be connected through Sapphira Castle. "Amon knows my plans." The flames of hope that had just ignited in Klein were instantly extinguished by the cold reality. He temporarily couldn't find any other way to save himself. At this moment, Amon, who was standing in midair, muttered to himself, "If my mausoleum in Bakeland hadn't been destroyed by the Church of Steam, we could have used the abyss as a springboard to directly head over. There wouldn't have been a need for so much trouble." Klein changed the topic, feeling a little guilty. "The abyss is connected to the forsaken land of the gods?" "No." Amon shook his head and said with a relaxed expression, "But I can use some of its characteristics to go anywhere. I heard that some bad changes have happened in the abyss." Klein's heart stirred as he probed. Amon turned his head and glanced at him, not hiding his curiosity. "You actually know?" "Yes, I once thought of exploring the abyss." Klein didn't say anything else, afraid that the Marauder Pathways King of Angels would discover that he could read Roselle's diary. At this moment, Amon suddenly laughed. "You? Exploring the abyss? What's so funny?" Klein was very interested in the changes that had happened to the abyss. He took the opportunity to cooperate with Amon in a bid to learn more. Just as he said that, he suddenly had a new idea. With the help of his conversation with Amon, he could grasp more historical secrets and quickly digest the scholar of your potion. He wanted to see if he could use this to deepen his control over Sapphira Castle and escape his current predicament. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein hurriedly restrained himself and stopped thinking about such matters. In response to his question, Amon chuckled. "Your trip to the abyss is like a beautifully wrapped gift that has been delivered to someone who wants it." Dark side of the universe. Klein was first alarmed before he thoughtfully made a guess. Amon nodded. He was originally the only surviving ancient god, devil monarch Farbody. Now, Amon didn't finish his sentence. With a leap, he jumped towards the huge and illusory rift from the strong winds in midair. Klein lost the support of the wind and plummeted. After an unknown period of time, the fountain-like seawater surged upwards, throwing him and Amon to the other side of the rift. Just as he entered the ruins of the Battle of the Gods and was hit by the bright sunlight, Klein suddenly heard a series of ravings with intense madness. This was like a thin steel needle that pierced through his eardrums and stabbed into his brain. Amidst his familiarity, immense pain filled his every thought, and the worms of spirit that formed his mythical creature form gradually changed, as though they were about to give birth to a fallen consciousness that didn't belong to him. It was the ravings of the true creator. With regard to this, Klein could barely withstand it, but he couldn't last too long. There was no way he could advance too far in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. At this moment, he saw the monocle on Amon's right eye absorb all the surrounding light, turning it abnormally bright and blazing white. Then, a rich darkness ruled the sky. Amon had directly stolen the daytime of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In the darkness, the Angel of Time's avatar landed Klein on an island and let him lean against a stone pillar to sleep. Soon, Klein arrived in the gray world of dreams. He saw the black cloister and the projection of the giant king's court across the cliff that exuded an epic and mythical feeling. Amon, who was wearing a black silk top hat and a crystal monocle, appeared beside him. He smiled and casually pointed at the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. That's the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Klein thought for a moment and raised his doubts. Doesn't one have to enter a dream at a specific location before the entrance can be opened? He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope, thinking that it would be great if Amon could waste a week or two in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Yes, Amon didn't deny Klein's words as he casually said, "If you want to open the entrance, you have to take a boat all the way to the core of this ruined sea. This might take more than a month, and you will experience many dangers that you can't withstand at the moment. As for me, I don't need to." "Because you're the son of the Creator?" Klein guessed after some deliberation. "No." Amon placed one hand in his pocket and turned to walk towards the black cloister's door. "In such a chaotic place, the order is broken and the rules are mutated. There are too many things that can be used." As the Angel of Time walked, he turned his head to look at Klein. "The Marauder Pathways Sequence 0 has a very abstract name, Error. This was named by my father. He once used a strange word of unknown origin to refer to it, bug. This translates to the Trojan horse of fate, the beetle worm of time, the loophole in the rules, and the embodiment of all errors." Chapter 1183. Error. Bug. Is this the essence of the Marauder Pathway? While Klein was enlightened, he also confirmed one thing. That was that the ancient god of the sun, the city of Silver's creator, and Amon's father really came from Earth. The word that Amon said just now was in standard English. "My fellow countrymen, your two children have really caused me trouble. If only they were all like Bernadette." As Klein lampooned inwardly, he asked curiously, "Are you planning on using this world of dreams' loophole?" Klein controlled himself and didn't use the word bug to describe himself. He didn't want his overly normal accent to arouse Amon's suspicions and expose a trump card for no reason. Facing a king of angels who could steal his thoughts and parasitize him at a deep level, he had very few trump cards to begin with. He had to make good use of every one of them. Who knew when it would produce a miraculous effect? At this moment, Amon had already walked outside the black cloister. He had one hand in his pocket and didn't do anything as the heavy door opened automatically, as though it was welcoming a distinguished guest. You can think of it that way, but it's actually a little more complicated than that. Amon didn't show any of the dignity of a blasphemer as he leisurely answered Klein's question. This world of dreams doesn't have any errors or loopholes. It's just that due to the conflict between the various remnant divine powers, certain places appear rather chaotic, and I can use this chaos to create a loophole. As the tall main door that was prepared for the giant opened completely, Amon pinched the monocle he was wearing and walked through the hall, heading deeper into the interior. During this process, he smiled and gave a further explanation. You should know very well that this cloister is pieced together from dreams. Yes, the dreams of different living beings from the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Klein thought for a moment and added, it might also be the remnants of some dreams from the past. At this moment, the man and angel were walking down a winding black staircase. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass, bringing with it a fiery holiness. Amon touched the human skull sculpture on the armrest and smiled as he admired his surroundings. Normally speaking, wherever you enter this world of dreams, you will be there when you wake up. It doesn't matter if you are in the dreams of other sea regions or other living beings. Klein couldn't nod, so he could only express his opinion with words. Yes, and after I create a loophole, I can enter other dreams and wake up at the corresponding location. Obviously, this monastery is much smaller than the sea of ruins outside, and its structure is more compact. Perhaps we can reach our destination in a few minutes. Amon's tone was tinged with joy. To him, creating and exploiting loopholes seemed to be a joyful thing in itself. Amon can actually use such a method to quickly pass through the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Ignoring a week or two, he wouldn't even waste an hour or two, as expected of a king of angels, a blasphemer of the fourth epoch. The sliver of hope that Klein had just felt instantly vanished. He did not know if Amon deliberately did not mention it in advance, so that he could enjoy the process of his target's hope bubbles being popped again and again, or if he did not care about such a trivial matter. He could only control his strong frustration and said, "You want to go to the key dream that supports this illusory world?" He remembered that Queen Mystic Bernadette had mentioned that she didn't even dare enter the black wooden door in the deepest part of the monastery. "It's not me, it's us," Amon replied with a smile. He seemed to suddenly recall something as he raised his hand to adjust his monocle's position. "Why did you place a monocle on your marionette? This makes it so that I don't even need to prepare it myself." Klein felt awkward for a second before thinking for a second. He decided to answer truthfully. "Not long ago, in order to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion, I specially wore this monocle in front of the red angel evil spirit." Amon, who was walking down the stairs, suddenly stopped and turned to glance at Klein. Bit by bit, he smiled. "Very creative." This angel of time then said thoughtfully, "Medici actually isn't completely dead. Medici is actually not completely dead yet. Next time, if I meet him, I will turn into your appearance and wear the monocle in front of him again." Poor Sauron Einhorn Medici. You're a complete king of angels. Do you have to be so bored? Is this the so-called god of mischief? Klein sighed emotionally when he heard this and didn't know what to say. Amon pressed down on the crystal monocle and asked, "What's going on? Did you wear the glasses on your left eye?" "How did you know?" Klein was startled, thinking that Amon had stolen the scene from the fog of history. "How do I know?" "There are two possibilities. First, you're definitely not Medici's match due to your low sequence. You're afraid that your disguise will be too realistic, resulting in you suffering a fatal subconscious attack. Second, if you had the intention to imitate me and complete the correct imitation, then I might have been able to use the ripples produced by fate to detect this matter. Since I didn't discover it, it means that the monocle was worn in the wrong position. Make a guess. Which possibility is it?" "I'll choose the most dangerous possibility, regardless of whether it's true or false. This way, I'll be more careful and cautious in similar matters in the future. Of course, there's a future first." As Amon didn't appear fierce or oppressive previously, Klein had unknowingly let down his guard. He felt that he was a king of angels that was easy to get along with. But now, he suddenly came to a realization that this was the trait of a top swindler. The second possibility. Klein gave his answer. Amon didn't answer if he had guessed correctly. He walked down the stairs and came to the bottom of the cloister, stopping in front of a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. "I've been here before. Once this door is completely opened, the power inside will shatter the entire world of dreams," Klein said, attempting to obtain more historical secrets from Amon. Amon reached out and grabbed the handle, his thin face expressionless as he said, This is my father's final dream. This is my father's last dream. It corresponds to the place where he fell. The ruins of the Battle of the Gods were the battlefield where the Rose Redemption attacked the ancient sun god. It's the source of the cataclysm? Klein tensed up when he heard that his thoughts raced through his mind. With regards to this answer, after understanding the composition of the Rose Redemption and comparing it to the various anomalies in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, he already had a corresponding guess. He wasn't too shocked now, but the scholar of your potion had been digested to a certain extent. Right on the heels of that, he let out an indescribable sigh. This was the closest he had ever been to the ancient sun god. Previously, when he saw it through dream divination, they were separated by distant space-time. The ancient sun god and Roselle the Great were both protagonists of an era, but in the end, they both ended tragically. Roselle still has means of resurrection left behind. I wonder if this former creator has similar arrangements. Dark Angel Sasser, the true creator? Amidst Klein's thoughts, Amon opened the black wooden door that was covered in strange patterns. Inside was a sea that was illuminated by the blinding sunlight. There seemed to be large patches of rich gold hidden in the waves. Klein didn't understand what the large patches of rich gold represented the last time, but now he had a preliminary idea. That was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before he died, he was affected by the power of Evernight and fell into a dream. He dreamed that he was torn apart and his blood dyed the sea red. Creak! As the black wooden door opened, an unimaginably intense aura seeped out, causing the entire monastery to clearly shake. It was as if it had encountered an earthquake that could destroy the world. Amidst the scattered dust and collapsed stone bricks, Amon and Klein passed through the wooden door and entered the golden sea. Klein immediately felt his spirit body melt and his psyche evaporate. In a few seconds, he would become nourishment for this dream. At this moment, a pure white light spewed out from Amon's crystal monocle, instantly shattering the world of dreams. He had returned the stolen day to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing this place to transition from night to day. At the same time, his inclined figures turned slightly transparent. Then, he appeared in midair above a sea that had been dyed golden. This place had a high temperature that exceeded Klein's imagination, but it wasn't as dangerous as the dream. Or rather, the sea in the core region of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods had been separated into safe zones due to the conflict of various divine powers. As long as one didn't blindly explore, there wouldn't be too many problems. In the next second, Amon's monocle absorbed all the surrounding light, making him extremely bright. The day was stolen, and night descended once again. After Amon and Klein landed on an island in a safe zone, they re-entered the world of dreams. This time, they appeared outside the black wooden door that was covered in strange patterns. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and gently pulled it with his left hand, stealing the distance between him and the monastery's door. He and Klein took a step forward at the same time, leaving the monastery and arriving at the edge of the cliff. Opposite them was the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. Klein originally imagined that Amon would follow the procedure and say the corresponding honorific name, but to his surprise, he only raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The sea of clouds that separated the two mountains instantly boiled and split to the left and right, revealing a dark crack that had no bottom. The giant king's court projection on the opposite side suddenly sucked all the dusk light over, allowing it to surge forward and fill up the deep crack. Hence, between the two mountains, an orange-red path of light appeared in the misty sea of clouds. "Let's go." Amon chuckled and jumped down the cliff. Amidst the fluttering of his clothes, he landed in the passage formed by the dusk. Klein couldn't resist and could only jump down the cliff. Chapter 1184. The path formed by the dusk didn't seem to be able to carry anything, but after Amon and Klein landed on it, they didn't continue descending. It was as though they were walking on land. This time, Amon didn't steal the distance. He brought Klein closer to the majestic giant king's court projection, occasionally looking around to admire the beautiful scenery. Strolling above the sea of clouds, stepping on the sunset bridge, and looking at the mythical palace should have been something that made one happy and relaxed. But Klein seemed to be walking into an abyss. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Once he entered the forsaken land of the gods, many of the things he relied on would be useless. Before long, Amon and Klein arrived at the giant king's court projection and stood in front of the tallest building. On one side of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a round tower. The main door was more than 10 meters tall, and it was mainly grayish-blue in color. It was covered in symmetrical symbols, labels, and patterns. It was the residence of the giant king, where Dark Angel Sasser slept. Klein glanced at the pitch-black hole to the left of the door. He could roughly confirm that the door in his dream didn't need a key to open it. Otherwise, the true creator believers from before wouldn't have been able to pass through it. After all, the correct key was in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection room. Next, as long as we push open this door, we will be able to enter the forsaken land of the gods. However, this way, we will definitely be watched. Amon smiled and took a few steps diagonally to the edge of the door. We won't open the door. Let's go straight in. As he spoke, the Angel of Time raised his hand to adjust his monocle. In the corner of the grayish-blue door, a ghostly blue, incorporeal, illusory door appeared. An apprentice's door opening. It's a very low-level ability, but it's perfect for use here. Amon lowered his right hand and introduced in satisfaction. He then took 2 steps and passed through the illusory door. Yes, there are no useless Beyonder powers, only useless Beyonders. Directly pushing open the door will result in being watched. By who? The true creator? His holy residence, his divine kingdom, should be somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. If I can attract him and cause him to clash with Amon, I might be able to find a chance to escape. Klein couldn't control his body as he followed closely behind Amon and stepped into the slightly blurry, ghostly blue door. As soon as he passed through, he immediately felt the world spin, and even his spirituality seemed to be torn apart. When the abnormality disappeared and he recovered, Klein found himself on a beach illuminated by the light of dusk. The gravel and stones here were all black. Dark blue waves surged from afar, hitting the edge layer by layer, but there was no sound of tides. They were quiet, like a grand illusion show. This sea is illusory. I appeared here after entering, but it's likely not the case when leaving. According to the principle of reciprocity, if I want to leave, I can only open the giant king's residence where Dark Angel Sasser sleeps. Klein tilted his head in realization and looked in another direction. There was a mountain peak bathed in dusk. Countless palaces, towers, and majestic walls were frozen on it. This is the mythical giant king's court. Even if the city of silver can find a path to the sea, it's meaningless. From the corner of his eye, Klein discovered that Amon had changed his appearance. He was wearing a black classic robe and a pointed hat of the same color. Had gone from a gentleman of the present era to an ancient mage from the 4th epoch, or even the 3rd epoch. Klein's heart stirred as he continued looking at the giant king's court that wasn't far away. Dark Angel Sasser sleeps in the giant king's palace. Amon stood side by side with him and looked in the same direction. Without any change in expression, he said, "I know. I've entered the giant king's court and visited the tomb of Ormer's parents." Indeed, one of Klein's guesses had finally been confirmed. He deliberated and said, "What are you looking for answers to?" "You can guess." Amon continued looking at the giant king's court as he said with a laugh, "If I had an idea, I wouldn't need to ask you." Klein thought for a few seconds. "Some secrets of the 1st epoch?" "You can say that," Amon replied casually. Klein hesitated for a moment before saying, "That's right. Aren't you curious about Dark Angel Sasser's state?" "Just curious. But compared to me, there are many people who are more interested. My paranoid brother, the Hanging Man, the Dragon of Betrayal, as well as Evernight, Storm, and Pure White. I want to see who can't hold back first. If I can steal everything inside at the critical moment, their expressions will definitely be very interesting." His train of thought. Do they create such a big thing just to cause trouble and gain some pleasure? Klein frowned slightly. He realized that Amon's view of the world was different from that of humans. This is a natural mythical creature. It's completely different from humans. Now, why can I frown on my own? Just as Klein came to a realization, he realized that something was missing in his body. He subconsciously turned his head to look at blasphemer Amon. A 12-ringed translucent worm of time appeared in Amon's hand as he looked into Klein's eyes with a smile. Since you're already in the forsaken land of the gods, there's no need to worry about external interference. I'll give you a chance. Before we arrive at our real destination, I will no longer parasitize you. You can use any method you can think of to escape, and I will do my best to stop you. Good luck. Don't let me down. For a moment, Klein couldn't believe Amon's words. He suspected that Amon was lying to him. But when he thought of Amon's performance all this while, he felt that this was something Amon could really do. As his thoughts spun, Klein took a deep breath and replied solemnly under the orange light of dusk, "All right." Bakeland, where the parliament was located. Due to King George III's sudden self-destruction, all the nobles and members of parliament were not allowed to return to their homes. Instead, they were gathered here and received heavy protection from the 3 churches and the military. Audrey, who was dressed in a pure black dress, stood behind the railing on the 2nd floor, quietly watching the scene below. As everything had happened too suddenly without any warning. Although she had received a certain warning from the World Gearman Sparrow, she still felt that it wasn't real enough. It was an especially illusory feeling. She felt as though she had detached herself from reality and was watching a play. Her father, brother, and the other nobles and members of parliament were gathered in different rooms. From time to time, one of them would walk out and quickly run to another discussion circle while covered in smoke and dressed like a gentleman. The madams and ladies sat in the lounge. Most of them had yet to snap back to their senses. Their eyes were glazed over as they trembled slightly. The staff of the parliament and the military's middle and lower echelons were rushing back and forth, transmitting information from different places. A guard in a red top and white trousers came in from outside and handed a stack of paper to the officer in charge of the hall. The officer glanced at it and immediately summoned his deputy, pointing at the small room where Earl Hall and company were. The deputy didn't ask anything as he took the information and jogged to his destination. All of this happened in a very quiet environment. Only the sound of footsteps and faint murmurs echoed. It was like a realistic oil painting. The gorgeous decorations, dark colors, dim light, and the expressions on everyone's faces created an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Audrey pursed her lips slightly and watched for a while. Her mood remained low, and she relied on placate to maintain her calmness. Why does Mr. World want to deal with the king? The king's death will definitely bring about a deeper level of hatred, regardless of the king's actual sequence. He has never shown it. This doesn't affect the kingdom's overall strength, but for such an incident to happen, it means one thing. The 3 churches, the royal family, and the military are divided. The infighting is rather serious. Ruan's upcoming situation will be extremely dangerous. The enemy definitely won't let go of this opportunity. As Audrey's thoughts churned, she saw a man in a black coat rush into the building where the parliament was located. He lowered his voice and communicated with the officer in charge of the hall. As a veteran spectator who could observe minute expressions and body movements, lip reading was undoubtedly Audrey's forte. As she looked from afar, she deciphered the corresponding content. Intis has used the border dispute of the Hornaces mountain range as an excuse to gather a large number of troops there. Audrey bit her lip gently as she felt that familiar sense of detachment. It was as though she was watching the contents of a novel play out in the real world. The grayness in the sky seemed to thicken. No one spoke for a long time in the Moretti family's house. Banson stood behind the oriel window with a solemn expression. He looked at the passers-by who were hurrying to and fro outside, his thoughts unknown. Melissa sat on the sofa beside the coffee table with her head lowered. She looked at the simple machine she had built, as though she had turned into a statue. Phew, the situation has become even more chaotic. Banson exhaled and touched his hairline. He turned his head and forced a smile. Regardless, Bakeland is definitely safer than most places. Melissa didn't raise her head as she spoke with an ethereal voice. Klein found a good job, and our lives gradually improved. In the end, an accident took him away. We moved away from Tingen. You obtained the government job that you yearned for. I entered university and began walking on the right path. In the end, the war broke out. It wasn't easy for us to adapt to this environment. We prayed for the war to end quickly. But in the end, the king was blown up. It wasn't easy for us to adapt to this environment. We prayed for the war to end quickly. But in the end, the king was blown up. At this point, Melissa slowly raised her head and looked at her brother with a confused gaze. Banson, is it so difficult to obtain and maintain a better life than before? Chapter 1185. Bakeland, East Borough. Furs, who had just returned from the world of ice and snow, was wrapped in thick clothes. Looking at the charcoal stove in front of her, she felt as though she had fallen into the harsh environment again. She couldn't help but tremble a few times. George III is already dead. The matters from before will definitely come to an end. Perhaps we can move away from here and head to Northborough, to Hillston Borough. The houses there have fireplaces. Zio sat on a chair opposite him and similarly stared at the stove that emitted warmth. She replied with a slightly confused expression. That's right. She replied with a slightly confused expression. Let's wait another week or two. To be frank, I still can't believe that George III was killed just like that. I didn't have the time to do anything. The tone of this bounty hunter, who had become a judge, was clearly disappointed, confused, and at a loss. It was as though she had lost her motivation in life. Furs temporarily forgot the damage brought about by the cold as she thought and consoled her. I think this matter wasn't done by German Sparrow. It was done by those people who used Charmaine. Only they are still investigating George III's secret schemes. You can be considered to have contributed to George III's death. It's equivalent to indirectly completing your revenge. There shouldn't be any more surveillance and suppression targeting your family. You could try to start a new life. If there's a chance, you might even be able to appeal for your father through proper channels. Upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, Zio looked up. Yes, the situation is getting more and more chaotic. I'm very worried that they will be affected by the war. Furs, do you think Bakeland is safer, or is an ordinary city that isn't close to the border safer? Furs thought seriously for a few seconds before shaking her head frankly. I don't know. She then added, I plan on asking Mr. World. He definitely has a more accurate grasp of the overall situation. Do you still remember? He warned us in advance that there would be a situation around George III and that we should try not to approach him. In addition, Furs also wanted to ask where the next stop of her journey was so that she could make some preparations ahead of time. Okay. Zio instinctively nodded. Furs flipped through the newspaper on her knees and drank the rest of the coffee. Then, she slowly got up and entered the room. She prayed to Mr. Fool in a low voice, asking him to pass her questions to the world, German Sparrow. Forsaken land of the gods, near the giant king's court. Klein, who was no longer deeply parasitized, followed Amon along the foot of the mountain. In the frozen dusk, they circled to the front of the mythical land. Although Amon had given him a chance to escape by all means, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. This was because he knew very well that Amon had at least the level and strength of a sequence 2. He was an angel in the truest sense of the word, not someone he could fight head-on. Furthermore, a marauder was known to have errors, loopholes, and bugs. His powers were strange, making it impossible to guard against him. Klein believed that the normal methods he could think of to save himself were basically ineffective. All I can do is maintain patience and wait for an opportunity to be used. During this process, I'll constantly make some attempts to observe Amon's response. Yes, I have to take note of one more problem. I can't trust Amon's words too much. He might not be lying when he retracted the worm of time and removed my parasitized state, but that might not be the entire truth. I can't eliminate the possibility that he left a worm of time lurking in my body and take over my body at a critical moment. As Klein's thoughts churned, he was just about to chat with Amon and ask about Dark Angel Sasser when he saw that not far away, dusk was fading. Darkness enveloped the area as lightning flashed in the sky from time to time. They had arrived at the borders of the giant king's court and were about to leave the mythical kingdom. Once I'm in the darkness here, I'll either evaporate into thin air or encounter a terrifying monster that suddenly appears. Klein's heart stirred as he pretended not to know anything. He continued forward and walked from the orange-red dusk to the deep darkness. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a black classic robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle, reached out his hand and pulled back a lantern that was covered in a thin layer of animal hide. Inside the lantern, there was a candle made of unknown oil that emitted a dim yellow light and a slightly pungent smell. "Carry it." Amon threw the lantern to Klein. Klein caught the lantern and fell silent. A few seconds later, he probed, "Where did you get this from?" At that instant, Klein imagined that Amon could summon a projection from the historical void. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and said with a smile, "I stole it from the human camp up ahead. I stole it from a human camp in front." "Oh, that's the City of Silver's afternoon town camp." "Stole it." Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't ask any further. With a lantern in hand, he walked into the endless darkness. The dim yellow light was like an invisible defensive barrier that quickly spread out, creating a warm place in the pitch-black night. At this moment, lightning streaked across the sky from time to time. The intervals were rather long, and there was almost no thunder. Occasionally, there would be a rumble. According to the general knowledge that Klein had learned from Sun since he was young, the night in the forsaken land of the gods was the most dangerous period of time. As he walked forward, Klein first used his faceless powers, which had undergone a qualitative change, together with creeping hunger, to adjust the structure of his eyes to adapt to this special environment. Following that, he used his spiritual perception to observe his surroundings. He felt that in the lightless darkness, there were eyes staring at him. There were indescribable creatures hidden there, but every time lightning lit up and illuminated those areas, there was nothing. Klein wasn't worried that he would suffer a serious backlash if he kept using creeping hunger without being able to feed it in the current environment. From his point of view, there were only two outcomes. First, creeping hunger would attempt to devour him, but Amon would steal his thoughts. Second, creeping hunger would successfully devour the wearer, allowing him to be reborn and escape his current predicament. The latter was what Klein was looking forward to. Apart from creeping hunger being a little confused, there was nothing to lose in the former. After proceeding forward for a while, Klein saw the City of Silver's afternoon town camp that had been built using abandoned buildings. Behind the walls formed by boulders and stone pillars, a bonfire burned silently, illuminating most of the area inside, making it completely different from the outside world. Under the illumination of the light, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team were either patrolling or guarding the area to prevent any accidents. Among them, a Dawn Paladin, who was nearly 3 meters tall, was standing on top of the wall, looking into the distance, wary of the monsters hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a faint yellow light coming from the depths of the darkness. The Dawn Paladin's pupils suddenly dilated as his heartbeat sped up. Apart from newborns and children who had yet to receive education, everyone in the City of Silver knew that in this land forsaken by the gods, apart from humans, no one would use flames in the darkness to create light. Even monsters that were good at controlling flames would lurk in a lightless environment before launching an attack. As for other humans, all the cities that the City of Silver had discovered up to this point had long been destroyed. They had become ruins with no survivors. The only outsider they had seen was the strange child, Jack. And at this moment, a flame appeared in the depths of the darkness. It was a constantly moving flame. The Dawn Paladin, standing on top of the wall, couldn't figure out what this meant. He felt his body tremble slightly. The dim light from the fire slowly approached from afar. It passed the front of the campsite and headed towards the outskirts of Afternoon Town. Faintly, the Dawn Paladin saw 2 human figures walking in the darkness. The figures were abnormally blurry due to the light. They carried what looked like lanterns and left the camp step by step, disappearing into the endless darkness. At some point in time, The Dawn Paladin on the wall had already held his breath until the faint yellow light completely disappeared. There are other humans? No, it might not be humans. The Dawn Paladin's pupils constricted as he carefully turned around, preparing to inform the elder of the six-member council who presided over the camp. At this moment, he realized that one of the lanterns hanging on the stone pillars had disappeared at some point in time. The Dawn Paladin's body stiffened as cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and back. As he left Afternoon Town step by step, Klein endured the gazes of pairs of eyes in the depths of the darkness. He quietly used the powers of a scholar of yore and his connection with Sapphira Castle to sense the grayish-white fog formed from history. He succeeded. This proved that the forsaken land of the gods wasn't separated from Sapphira Castle. The true creator's holy residence, or even his divine kingdom, is on this land. If I trigger Sapphira Castle and create an anomaly, will it attract his attention and cause a conflict with Amon? He is a true god. I don't have any extravagant hopes of escaping during the chaos, but I can seize the opportunity to kill myself while him is dealing with Amon. With a thought, Klein made Sapphira Castle tremble slightly. In the next second, this thought vanished. Walking beside him, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly. The hanging man isn't interested in Sapphira Castle. Of course, his rationality might not always be in his mind. The hanging man refers to sequence 0 of the Shepherd Pathway. Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes that his impulsive action would really succeed. He mainly wanted to test Amon's reaction and see how he would respond. At that moment, he didn't feel depressed and didn't hide his curiosity as he raised the question. Amon nodded slightly. Yes, this symbolizes degeneration. Of course, if you want to explain it in a positive way, it's sacrifice and responsibility. Klein thought for a moment and probed. That's right. I thought this was a nickname you came up with. Just like Medici. According to what Klein knew, the true creator's birth due to the Rose Redemption was very likely related to the fall of the ancient sun god. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of attitude Amon had towards this evil god, and if it was the same as his brother. Amon stroked his monocle and chuckled. I've always been very respectful towards deities. It's really inappropriate for a blasphemer to say that. Klein helplessly stopped the topic. Chapter 1186. Most of the places in the forsaken land of the gods didn't have paths in the normal sense, but it wasn't considered difficult to traverse. This was because there were large swathes of desolate wilderness. Darkness was the main color. In the wilderness, there were occasionally plants that grew tenaciously. They were in strange shapes and extremely distorted. Klein had no way of identifying the original form of these things. Around him, in places where the lantern's light couldn't illuminate, the darkness seemed to have a life of its own. It was as though it was silently squirming, as though it wanted to devour everything it covered. As a scholar of yore, Klein only needed to use the corner of his eye to see spirit body threads extending out from the surrounding darkness. They were illusory, dense, and countless, indicating that there were many monsters lurking in the darkness. These monsters were extremely silent as they watched Amon, who was dressed like an ancient mage, and Klein, who was dressed like a modern gentleman. They watched as they walked through the desolate wilderness under the dim yellow light. Klein looked ahead as he casually held the leather lantern, not worried that it would extinguish at any moment. When he and Amon were about to leave the wilderness and enter the hills, a deformed monster with 2 heads and 5 arms suddenly trembled in the darkness diagonally behind them. It had already become Klein's marionette. Controlling spirit body threads was silent to begin with, and the distance didn't exceed 500 meters. In the next second, the monster fell to the ground and lost its life. Walking to Klein's left, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, smiled. He raised his right arm and opened his palm, revealing an item. It was a transparent maggot with 3-dimensional patterns. Worm of Spirit. This was something that Amon had stolen from the marionette along with the spirit body threads. Without waiting for Klein to say a word, Amon leisurely curled his fingers into a fist and crushed the transparent maggot. Klein immediately felt a pain that came from the depths of his soul, as though his head was about to split open. Thankfully, he had previously created yesterday, once more charms and control spirit bullets, so he was already used to this feeling. He only twisted his face and didn't lose his composure. Amon maintained his smile and flicked his palm. "You're too reserved. You can be more bold." Klein, who had already recovered from the pain, raised his hand to rub his temples. He felt exhausted, and every worm of spirit was calling for him to rest. While being chased by Zeradol, Klein had expended most of the spirituality he had borrowed from his past self. Subsequently, he had to constantly teleport and use Angel's Embrace to erase his traces. He was already close to his limits. After he returned to the safe zone, he had planned on going above the gray fog to check the surroundings before entering a deep slumber to recover his energy. However, he ended up encountering Amon's ambush and was parasitized. He had been tormented all the way to the forsaken land of the gods. If not for the perilous situation squeezing his potential, he would have fallen into a deep slumber or showed signs of losing control. If not for him being in a perilous situation that had squeezed his potential, he of God, he believed that Amon would satisfy his request. This was because the more he tried his best to escape, the more it satisfied the god of mischief's desire to seek pleasure. "All right." Amon's monocle turned slightly and said to the side of the hill, "There's a place to rest there. We'll be there soon. Of course, I don't mind if you want to sleep in the wilderness. I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that provides a sense of security. Let's go there." Klein wanted to directly control the lantern's flames to complete the leap, but his dried-up spirituality stopped him. He could only follow Amon and rely on his feet to move forward. On the way, Klein said to Amon with the mentality of asking more questions to understand more, "That's right. Why don't you steal the distance and reach the destination directly?" Amon turned his head and glanced at Klein with his right eye wearing a crystal monocle. The corners of his mouth curled up. "I'm not the one who wants to rest." Klein shut his mouth and quietly walked forward. After about a dozen flashes of lightning, Amon raised his hand and pointed diagonally ahead. "We're here." In the shadow of the hill less than 100 meters away, there were a few half-built buildings that resembled steeples. The surrounding ground protruded with more than 10 gigantic stone pillars that were only as tall as Klein's knees. A small amount of weeds grew out from the gaps between them, their tips dark red like blood. Was there someone living here in the past? Klein rubbed his temples and asked. Amon used the second joint of his right index finger to press against the edge of the monocle and said with a smile, "This was originally a very large city. When the cataclysm came, the earth split open and the entire city was swallowed up. This is the only proof that it once existed. The destruction of civilization." Such a thought suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind as he sped up and arrived at his destination amid the strange weeds. After entering a half-collapsed building, Klein instinctively surveyed the area and observed the place. On the grayish-white stone walls that had cracks on them, there were murals that had been eroded by time for thousands of years. They had long become blurry, and one could only vaguely tell that the people of this city took pride in entering heaven after death. Klein adjusted his breathing and threw away the leather lantern in his hand. He leaned against a thick stone pillar and forcefully visualized stacked spheres of light. He didn't care about the dangers of sleeping in such an environment, in such a place. Let the danger be more intense. Before falling asleep, Klein shouted inwardly. Amon, who was wearing a classic mage robe, glanced at him and casually sat beside him before snapping his fingers. In the leather lantern, the candle that was about to burn out stopped melting, but the dim yellow light continued to radiate. It could only last for a few more minutes, but it seemed like it could last for a few hours or even a few days. It was like a mistake that went against the laws of nature. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Klein finally recovered his energy and woke up to Miss Magician's prayers. With regard to this, he temporarily couldn't respond. He closed his eyes and pretended that he was still in a dream. Without being in a deep parasitic state, Amon shouldn't be able to monitor my thoughts. He can only tell if my current thoughts are harmful to him. Klein's heart stirred as he quietly summoned the grayish-white fog. From the historical void, he borrowed a state from his past self. It wasn't a state that directly targeted his escape. That was the state he was in when his mind island was invaded by Vin Rambus. This attempt wasn't stopped or stolen. With his state and his unique ability to remain lucid in a dream and mind world that had been invaded, Klein split off a portion of his self-awareness. He stayed in the spirituality sky and calmly looked down at the island of consciousness. He began to examine his mind to see if there were any abnormal or parasitic thoughts in it. After a series of strict analysis, Klein confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his mind world. In other words, even if Amon still had a worm of time in his body, it was a shallow parasitic that couldn't monitor his thoughts. After finding such a safe zone, Klein could finally release his suppressed thoughts. He analyzed his current encounter and considered how to save himself. Amon is the god of mischief and also the god of deceit. It's impossible for he to play this game purely for pleasure. If he really wants to do so, he can wait until he rendezvous with his true body and steal my fate. We'll obtain Sapphira Castle before making an attempt. That way, even if an accident happens, his main goal would have been achieved. He wouldn't have lost anything. What's his hidden goal in this matter? If I can grasp the crux of the matter, I might be able to find a true chance of survival. Also, after he recited the luck enhancement ritual's incantation in Chinese, he was actually indifferent to this special language and didn't ask any questions. This doesn't match the curiosity he showed. When he said the word bug after that, was he doing it on purpose to test what I would associate with it? However, he didn't steal my thoughts. No, if an entire set of thoughts that have nothing to do with what happened before and after have been stolen, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Klein recalled the situation back then and confirmed that his thoughts hadn't been stolen based on the logical connection between his thoughts. And this made him confirm one thing. That was in a deep parasitic state, Amon could directly monitor his thoughts. There was no need to steal them. Amon acted as though he had to first detect harmful thoughts before he could control him. It was a fraud. I knew it. The deep level of parasitism I previously experienced seems a little different from what Pal has described. According to this inference, Amon should have heard all my thoughts along the way, including Earth, my fellow countrymen, and the education of children. How terrifying. Thankfully, when plotting to sabotage George III advancement ritual, I had foreseen the situation of being parasitized by Amon in a perilous situation. Half of my thoughts were an instinctive reaction, and the other half was a deliberate indulgence. This way, I've revealed my secret and won Amon's trust while hiding the most critical and core matters. Just like now, he definitely knows that I plan on obtaining more historical secrets from him, so as to quickly digest the scholar of your potion. However, it doesn't know that I'm not far from completely digesting him. I'm just 2 or 3 steps away, or an opportunity. Amon deliberately removed the parasitism and played such a game. Could it be that he had once heard of Earth from the ancient sun god and had come into contact with a certain secret? He plans on using self-preservation to force me to help him complete something that he can't do? If that's the case, something will definitely happen next. Yes, I have to act as though I haven't noticed this and plan to escape normally. After I adjust my body state, I'll make the first attempt. After sleeping for a while, Klein opened his eyes. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, sat beside him and smiled at him. Have you thought it through? When do we begin? He acted like Klein's accomplice, not a target to escape from. Chapter 1187. Klein pressed down on the grayish-white wall and slowly sat up straight. He smiled and shook his head. Before filling my stomach, my brain refuses to work. This was both the truth and a lie. This was because before becoming a complete mythical creature, saints would still be hungry and thirsty. However, to a sequence 3 demigod, not replenishing food and water for half a month was still bearable. As for complete mythical creatures, eating was only a hobby, not a necessity. What Klein wanted to express was that before he officially began his escape, he needed to adjust his condition to its peak. The habits of a magician, Amon commented with a smile. I'm not in charge of providing food, but you can think of a way to resolve it yourself. Klein looked at the leather lantern on the ground and thought for a few seconds. He then reached out his right hand and grabbed at the void. A coffee table that wasn't too tall immediately appeared in front of him. It was an item from Don Dantes' residence. In the dim yellow light, Klein extended his hand again and summoned. He took out an exquisitely packaged box from a historical void. Inside the box was a complete set of cutlery, including a knife, fork, plate, and cup. The reason why Klein chose this item was that he couldn't summon different cutlery separately into a set. He could only maintain 3 historical void projections at the same time. After calmly setting up the cutlery, Klein politely turned his head and nodded at Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat. Following that, he summoned a medium-well steak with black pepper sauce from the historical void. It landed on a porcelain plate and emitted some steam. As the table knife sliced it, it revealed the side that still had hemoglobin on it. Klein forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that the texture was real and the taste was wonderful. It wasn't fake at all. It had truly soothed the anxiety in his stomach. For 15 minutes, not only will I not be hungry, but I'll also receive real replenishment. After swallowing the piece of beef, Klein introduced it to Amon with a smile. He was like a hospitable host, not a pitiful beyonder who had been kidnapped. Amon nudged the lower edge of his crystal monocle and nodded with a smile. I've tried it. It's not bad. You've adjusted very quickly. Are you really not going to consider becoming my blessed? Klein cut off another piece of beef. As he forked it up, he replied, as if he was chatting with a friend. Just kill me. At this moment, frequent lightning and boundless darkness alternately ruled the land. In the places where the light could not reach, eyes without any emotion stared at this place. The dark red, twisted weeds at the tips danced gently in the breeze from time to time. Inside the half-collapsed building, the dim yellow light cast warm colors on the artsy coffee table and exquisite tableware. The aroma of frying steak permeated the air, which was the complete opposite of the outside environment where there was almost no separation. Under the gaze of the terrifying monsters in the darkness, Klein gracefully enjoyed his meal in this desolate and gray land that was brewing great terror. After eating the steak, he summoned a small glass of ice wine from Mager Manor and drank it in one gulp. Following that, cream soup, pan-fried codfish, tender lamb stewed with peas, baked potato skins, and all kinds of wine were summoned one after another and entered Klein's stomach. During this process, the first steak that he ate had exceeded its duration and disappeared into thin air. However, Klein's stomach and body were numbed by the subsequent food, so he didn't notice it. Of course, the coffee table and tableware were replenished. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted until the end. At the end of the meal, Klein continued reaching out and took out a cup from the void. Inside was a ball of vanilla ice cream. Klein then scooped the ice cream with a dessert spoon and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling its melting and sweetness. After eating one ball, he wasn't satisfied as he summoned another ball from the historical void. Just like that, Klein ate 5 balls of different flavors of ice cream in a row. When Klein reached out his hand for the 6th time, Amon, who was sitting beside him, suddenly smiled. Your fate has undergone an abnormal change. You're already lucky enough. Is this what you're prepared for? Klein's extended right hand immediately froze in midair as his pupils seemed to dilate to a certain extent. Almost at the same time, in the surrounding darkness where the lantern's light couldn't reach, strange creatures twitched and instantly became Klein's marionettes. This time, Klein sent out 100 worms of spirit in one go, hoping that one of them would be lucky enough to avoid Amon's theft. Right on the heels of that, behind the coffee table, the figure in the black coat without a hat was replaced by an extremely disgusting vampire with pus oozing out of his body. The very artistic coffee table and the exquisite tableware were like glass that had been smashed on the ground, and countless cracks appeared on them, and they shattered into pieces. They quickly returned to the historical void to prevent themselves from affecting Klein's subsequent summoning. In the next second, the 100 marionettes in Klein, who had hidden somewhere, reached out their hands and grabbed at the void to avoid Amon's interference. At that moment, they were all scholars of Ur. This was an ability that originated from a Bizarro sorcerer, the source of a seer's qualitative change. Of course, the success rate of every marionette's summoning was independent. It didn't affect each other. At that moment, what Klein wanted to summon was the projection of Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker when she recovered to her peak state in the Tudor ruins. Due to the contract and charms, this was the easiest angel projection for him to summon from the historical void. Amon continued sitting leisurely in his spot. His monocle emitted a faint glow as he watched the 101 Klein summons at the same time. Their right hands reached out in unison before retracting. Klein and his 100 marionettes didn't succeed in pulling Rionette Tinker out of the void. At that moment, Amon raised his right hand and grabbed forward. He lowered his arms slightly and casually pulled back. Outside the half-collapsed building, a gigantic, castle-like doll dressed in a dark and complicated dress appeared. It was bound by vines. Ancient Bane, Rionette Tinker. Amon had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. Rionette Tinker's red eyes immediately reflected the figures of Klein's 100 marionettes. Silently, the marionettes that looked like Klein or were in monstrous states emitted a faint glow as they turned into horned goats, white rabbits, and other animals. Shape-shifting curse. Klein's true body had long vanished as he walked out of the flames produced by the leather lantern. Glancing at the various animals that might be called his own, he suddenly sat down again and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Taking a stroll after a meal can effectively improve one's health." He didn't mention anything about his attempt to escape, as though nothing had happened. Amon maintained his relaxed posture and nodded cooperatively with him with a smile. "I've read many books written by humans. There is indeed such a point of view." With that said, he raised his hand and pointed at Rionette Tinker's projection. "This is your messenger?" This was something that could be easily confirmed, so Klein didn't hide it. He tersely acknowledged and nodded. "What a pity." Amon sized up Rionette Tinker's projection and shook his head. As Klein felt the food in his stomach vanish, he asked, "What's a pity? What's a pity? I should have brought you to Bakelin to wait a few more days. That way, I could have waited for your messenger to deliver a letter to you. Then, he would have become my messenger." Amon nudged his right monocle and said with a smile, "Stealing an angel-level messenger is very challenging and fun, isn't it? Life always needs some fun, excitement, and anticipation." "I think so, too," Klein sincerely replied to Amon. "What a pity." Amon shook his head again. "Evernight is someone I have to be careful of. If he were to stay any longer, I don't know what would happen." As he spoke, the Angel of Time dispelled the historical void projection of Rionette Tinker, allowing him to vanish in front of Klein. "You seem to be very afraid of the goddess?" Klein pretended to speak like a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. Of course, there was no need for him to pretend. He was still a blessed of Evernight. Amon's gaze shifted to the leather lantern in the half-collapsed building. He looked at the dim yellow light and said, looking at the dim yellow light, he said, "I'm unable to steal what I want to know from the concealment. I can't decipher what other arrangements she has or what the key point is." To a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, this was enough reason to be afraid. Taking the opportunity, while Amon was answering the question, Klein suddenly chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun. "You are the Evernight goddess who is more noble than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity." Just as he said that, he lost his thoughts. If not for the fact that he had such plans previously, he wouldn't have known that he had made such an attempt. Amon turned to look at him and smiled. "Are you trying to test whether or not I'll repeat your thoughts and words in my heart after I steal them? As long as you become a Sequence 4 parasite, you will be able to control the things you steal and make them appear at the right time. Is that so?" Klein nodded slightly. "Thank you." As he spoke, Klein quickly summarized the experience and lessons he had learned from his escape. Due to the existence of the contract and the affiliation relationship, summoning Miss Messenger is the easiest among all the angels I know. Summoning Ice Cream from the past can establish a subtle connection with him who represents fate and obtain the blessings of luck. Yes, every ball of ice cream represents a portion of luck. I originally planned on using the summoning of Ice Cream as a cover to secretly summon the snake of fate. After that, I have to interfere with the summoning first. Otherwise, Amon can directly steal the historical void projection I summoned. After spending so much effort, I ended up giving him a helper. Just as Klein's thoughts raced, Amon pointed at the pile of animals that had suffered the transformation curse and revealed a slightly nasty smile. Weren't you worried that there wasn't any suitable food in the forsaken land of the gods? Now that there is, as long as the curse isn't removed, they will be real animals. Klein was taken aback as he suddenly looked at the goats and white rabbits. With a thought from him, the animals cast their gazes at him at the same time. In a sense, this was Klein himself. After all, they were cursed after the combination of worms of spirit and monsters. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1188. After silently staring at the goats and rabbits for more than 10 seconds, Klein closed his eyes and flicked his right index and middle finger as though he was pressing an invisible piano key. About a third of the marionettes suddenly collapsed, losing the feeling of being alive. Klein's expression immediately warped as though he had been struck 33 times with a greatsword. The familiar and extreme pain swept through his spirit body, causing faint, light-colored granules to appear on the surface of his body. Every granule seemed to be gestating a transparent maggot. This was the backlash from killing 33 worms of spirit at once. After recovering for nearly 15 minutes, Klein began his second attempt to kill the other one-third of his marionettes. The same pain, the same rest, and the same actions repeated themselves. Klein finally finished off this batch of cursed marionettes. He couldn't do it all at once, because the damage from 100 worms of spirit dying at the same time was enough to push him close to losing control. And being cursed meant that he couldn't directly resolve the problem by retrieving the characteristic. Of course, this was the standard of a scholar of your who had just advanced not long ago, and not the performance of a scholar of your who was about to finish digesting the potion. In fact, losing 100 worms of spirit at once only increased Klein's pain, but it didn't cause him to show any signs of losing control. It didn't affect his combat. He was only acting, allowing his performance to match the corresponding position. At his level, losing more than half of the worms of spirit at the same time was a possibility of losing control. After he completely digested the scholar of your potion, he would be able to recover from losing nearly 500 worms of spirit at once. Even if the corresponding Beyonder characteristics were all lost and didn't return, he wouldn't drop in level or level. He could slowly recover his strength by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway. After completing this matter, Klein, who had calmed down, walked out of the half-collapsed tower and went into the darkness outside to bring back a few white rabbits and a goat. Only now did he realize that the darkness of the forsaken land of the gods was not as dangerous as Little Sun had described. Most of the monsters were very weak. No, to be precise, apart from making people evaporate into thin air, the dangers hidden in the depths of the darkness can't compare to this fellow, named Amon, beside me. Klein swept his gaze at the thin man who was sitting near the leather lantern and smiling at him. He summoned boiling water and other items from the historical void, squatted down, and seriously dealt with the white rabbit and goat's fur and flesh. After busying himself, Klein started a bonfire and set up a grill that originated from history. He placed a white rabbit on it and brushed it with basil, fennel, salt, and other ingredients that came from the seasoning set. He kept flipping it. At this time, the historical delicacies that he had eaten before had already disappeared because he did not maintain them. His body and soul were calling out for replenishment. An alluring fragrance gradually spread out. Amon's nose twitched slightly. "You really want to eat it?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, the god of mischief continued. "That's right. In essence, they are the flesh and blood of monsters and your worms of spirit. Are you sure you want to eat them? There's no way to remove a transformation curse at the level of an angel without the right method to resist it at the same level. Since something looks like a rabbit, smells like a rabbit, and tastes like a rabbit, it's a rabbit." As Klein seriously roasted the rabbit, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Besides, if I want to escape from your hands, how can I not be in my best state? For this slim hope, I can only challenge my psychological endurance. This is called enduring humiliation to carry out an important mission. Klein silently added in his heart. At the same time, he sighed at the ancient Bane's transformation curse. This is many times stronger than a similar curse from a sequence 3 disciple of silence. There's almost no upper limit to the amount of time it can be maintained. Clearly, after ordinary animals become my marionettes, they can use all my beyonder powers through the worms of spirit, but a marionette that suffers a transformation curse can't. This is a curse at the level of an angel. Apart from resisting it at the same level, there's also the right method to remove it. No curse is absolutely unresolvable. They all have loopholes. Haha. Will kissing this rabbit make it turn back into a German sparrow? Klein adjusted his mental state in a self-deprecating and analytical manner. After hearing his answer, the monocle-wearing Amon smiled and nodded. Very good. That's indeed the realization I should have. Klein didn't respond as he continued his barbecue business. Not long after, with the help of his flame-controlling ability, he roasted a rabbit and a lamb leg. Taking advantage of the fact that the spices had yet to disappear, he used the sweet iced tea he summoned from the historical void to eat it. The fragrance lingered in his mouth as his body and mind relaxed. This effectively alleviated the depression, despair, and hesitation from being kidnapped by Amon. During this process, Klein would occasionally think of the disgusting looks of the monsters, as well as the fact that the worms of spirit were equivalent to him. However, he managed to control his feelings very well. After filling his stomach and recovering his energy, Klein turned the remaining ingredients by the fire into rations, as though he was accumulating food for his subsequent journey. As he watched him slowly but methodically make all sorts of preparations, Amon suddenly nudged his monocle and curled the corners of his lips. Actually, you're stalling for time in an attempt to extend the journey to the real destination, right? Klein's hands paused for a moment before returning to normal. He smiled. That's right. I'm waiting for a helper. Who do you think it will be? Amon didn't answer directly as he smiled. I'm looking forward to it. Klein continued his work until he prepared enough rations for 3 to 4 meals. He thought for a moment and once again reached his hand into the void in front of Amon. He failed again and again, trying again and again. It was unknown what he was trying to summon. It was as though he was using his actions to tell Amon if he had the guts to steal it. Amon looked at it for a few seconds before smiling and shaking his head. He slowly stood up and walked out of the half-collapsed tower-like building. Klein's right hand stopped in midair before he retracted it and pinched his forehead. He muttered to himself in puzzlement. What did I want to do just now? Amidst his memories, Klein stood up, brought the packed rations, and walked to Amon's side with a leather lantern. The man and angel circled around the hill and entered a river valley. The water here flowed, but when the dim yellow light from the lantern shone over, and when the lightning in the sky lit up the area, Klein realized that there was no water in the riverbed at all. The sound he had heard had vanished as well. A river that has been turned into a concealed state? After some deliberation, Klein asked Amon without minding it. Yes, it will only appear in the darkness without any light. Amon nodded slightly and replied indifferently. Can I drink it? Klein pressed. Amon smiled and said, yes. This was once one of the water sources of a city that had persisted in the darkness for 1,600 years. As long as the water can be brought away from the riverbed, it can appear in places with light. Your next step is to suggest that I wait by the side with the lantern and replenish my water in the darkness. Then take this opportunity to transform into a concealed state. Klein smiled awkwardly. How can I use such a simple and easy method? Amon chuckled when he heard that. He stroked his monocle and said, sometimes the simplest plan is the most effective. Sometimes the simplest plan is the most effective. You can give it a try. Klein didn't dare to believe the words of a top-notch swindler, but he didn't dare to disbelieve them either. He was afraid that the swindler was saying the exact opposite. He could only put the matter of the water aside and asked, what's the matter? In the forsaken land of the gods, how many human settlements are there like the city of silver that have yet to be destroyed? Amon stared ahead, his expression unchanged. I don't know more than 10. In this aspect, the City of Silver is lucky. At least they can see and have the ability to touch the dawn. This means that the City of Silver is close to the giant king's court, the forsaken land of the gods. There's no need to risk their lives to reach it. As for the other cities, no matter how hard they defend in the darkness or how many exploration teams they send out, it would be a futile struggle. It's impossible for them to find the exit. Indeed, from this point of view, Silver is unfortunate and lucky. It all depends on which side it's compared to. Klein held the leather lantern and walked along the riverbank as he began to think of a second escape plan. Amon walked beside him, occasionally providing him with methods that looked reliable but had unknown effects. He acted as if he had schizophrenia and was trying his best to destroy his main body's hopes of obtaining Sapphira Castle. In the City of Silver, on the other side of the giant king's court, Derek Berg accepted the chief's summon and took the unshadowed crucifix to the top of the spire before entering a spacious room. A mysterious and complicated altar had been set up here. Different items were placed in different spots. There were a total of 6 items, all of which emitted a dangerous aura. Derek swept his gaze over and saw an ordinary silver flute, a mask made of the skull, and the remains of Shapeshifter. You have the unshadowed crucifix. You can stay here for 15 minutes, but you can't exceed that. Otherwise, you will suddenly die. Colin Iliad, who was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat, exhorted Derek. Derek's spiritual perception was triggered as he asked, "Your Excellency, is this because of the Twilight Mask?" His right hand pointed at the mask made of a skull at the same time. "Yes." Colin nodded slightly and said, "I've already prepared the remains of 6 powerful creatures. They were all hunted by me alone or as part of the main force." Derek immediately came to a realization. "You're still lacking the blessings of a deity?" Colin fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, he opened his mouth and slowly said, "Yes." After a period of hesitation and struggle, he finally chose the Fool. At the very least, those mushrooms really brought hope to the City of Silver. After a period of hesitation and struggle, he finally chose the Fool. Derek held back his joy and recalled the exchange at the Tarot Club. He raised a question in puzzlement. He asked in puzzlement, "Why don't you let those 2 god-level sealed artifacts give their blessings?" He remembered that subsidiary gods, which were angels, could satisfy the requirements of the ritual. It wasn't necessary for a sequence 0 true deity to provide blessings. After all, the Silver Knight was only a sequence 3. Colin fell silent again and hesitated for a few seconds. "They won't give blessings." 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 1189. They won't give blessings. Derek was a little confused by this answer and couldn't quite understand it. At the afternoon town camp, when he handed the Silver Knight potion formula to Chief Colin Iliad, the other party had praised him for his great contribution. He believed that the upper limit of the City of Silver would no longer be sequence 4. Furthermore, his words didn't reveal any intention of seeking external blessings. Therefore, Derek had always believed that the chief could use 2 god-level sealed artifacts to complete the Silver Knight advancement ritual by himself. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Back then, the chief didn't know that the 2 god-level sealed artifacts wouldn't give blessings. Only when he returned to the City of Silver did he realize this problem. Derek subconsciously made a guess and didn't ask further. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, I'll work hard to help you seek the blessings of a deity." Demon Hunter Colin exhaled silently and pointed at the door. "There's no one in the room opposite." Derek then turned around, passed through the door, passed through the corridor, and entered the half-open room. Then he found a spot to sit down and recited softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck, inside Sapphira Castle, hidden in the gray fog, the crimson star representing sun rapidly expanded and shrank. It constantly repeated this process, producing rings of light that contained prayers. And not far away, the crimson star representing the magicians remained in a similar state due to the fool's lack of response. The halos, ripples, and tremors created by the two gradually intertwined and overlapped, becoming more and more intense. Under the illumination of the bolts of lightning, Klein, who was walking through the valley with a leather lantern in hand, suddenly felt the illusory pleas become noisier, more chaotic, and louder. However, Klein realized that he could hear it a little clearer. Not only could he tell that the pleas came from a woman and a man, but he could also vaguely grasp the content. The woman seemed to mention world and Bakeland, while the man used Jotun, and the keywords seemed to be a ritual. Ritual, Jotun. This is little son sighed. That chief wishes to receive Mr. Fool's blessings? Mr. Fool also wants to give his blessings now. The woman might be Miss Magicians, but I can't rule out Miss Justice. Klein twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly as he turned to look at Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle. Can I go to Sapphira Castle to respond to the prayers? What do you think? Amon was startled for a moment before he asked in amusement. Since you want to play such a game, why not make it more exciting? In fact, Klein didn't have any hope for the request. This was because as long as he could return to Sapphira Castle, he could use the power there to escape his predicament. This was equivalent to getting Amon to release him. The reason why he brought this up was because he wanted to start the next topic. Amon nudged the crystal monocle with his knuckles and chuckled. As the god of mischief, I've lived since the third epoch. I think you know very well what that means. Yes, what do you want to ask? This is an accurate grasp of my state of mind and thoughts. Klein sighed inwardly and asked, what's going on? Why did you parasitize the City of Silver's exploration team back then? And why did you patiently stay in the dungeon for decades? Amon nodded and replied in a relaxed manner. Back then, I had a premonition that I would obtain extremely important information in the City of Silver. Now, this prophecy has come true, right, Mr. Fool? He did all those things just to wait for Taro to wait for me. From the looks of it, this marauder Pathways King of Angels can see the disturbances caused by Sapphira Castle to a certain extent. Klein never expected the answer to be this, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and said, that's right. You're really patient. A king of angels who liked to play pranks was actually able to hide in a dark dungeon that had no fun for decades. This has nothing to do with patience. It didn't take me too much time, Amon replied casually. I'm still used to using human standards to measure deities. To Amon, who was born a complete mythical creature, a few decades is nothing. His true age might even exceed 3,000 years. Klein adjusted his understanding and asked again, the City of Silver should be one of the few places that still believes in your father. The City of Silver should be one of the few places that still believes in your father. Wasn't what you did to that expedition team too much? This question didn't seem necessary, but Klein believed that it would help him understand Amon's views and style of doing things. He wanted to see if there was anything he could use. Amon turned his head and glanced at him with his monocle-wearing right eye. He smiled nonchalantly. If it wasn't for them still believing in my father, the City of Silver would already be a ruin. According to my observations, they're hiding quite a big secret. As for what it is, I haven't had the time to pry because of the hanging man and your gaze. He's really a natural mythical creature. The deaths of a few humans are probably equivalent to stepping on a few ants to him. He wouldn't take it to heart at all. The City of Silver actually hides a secret that even Amon feels isn't trivial. What could it be? Klein thoughtfully changed the topic. Was Dark Angel Sassurer really created by your father using one of his ribs? This was something Klein had wanted to ask along the way, but he hadn't found a chance to do so. The smile on Amon's face dimmed significantly as he looked into the deep darkness ahead of him. Yes, he separated a portion of his characteristics from the corresponding negative personality and used his rib as material to create Dark Angel Sassurer. If not for that, how could an arrogant fellow like Medici submit to the so-called left hand of God, the deputy of heaven? If not for Sassurer's betrayal, involvement, and influence, even if Evernight, Earth, the god of combat, and the other kings of angels joined forces, it would be impossible for my father to perish. Indeed, Dark Angel Sassurer is the most important point. It's no wonder the goddess tried to bewitch him from the beginning. Who would have thought that he would betray himself? Klein's guess about the battle of gods had received a preliminary confirmation. He felt that the scholar of your potion had been digested a little more. He deliberately hesitated for a moment before raising a guess. Could your father have foreseen such a development? Dark Angel Sasser is also a key part of his resurrection. Amon suddenly laughed. You're asking so many questions because you want to further digest the scholar of your potion, right? Klein pretended to break out into a cold sweat as he quickly adjusted his state of mind. I'm just curious. What are you searching for and pursuing in the forsaken land of the gods? There aren't any Marauder pathway sequence 1 beyonder characteristics or Sapphira Castle that you lack. Attempting to resurrect your father? Amon maintained a smile on his face and looked ahead. Yes and no. That paranoid brother of mine is already very close to resurrecting my father. He probably doesn't need my help anymore. Adam really wants to resurrect the ancient god of the sun? I thought he was purely trying to achieve sequence 0. Klein didn't hide the name of the Twilight Hermit Order's leader. He was even looking forward to Adam beating up his brother. Of course, beating up wasn't in line with the style of a king of angels of the spectator pathway. There's no need to say his name. He doesn't care about my matters, and I won't care about his matters either. I don't call him Adam purely because I feel that the nickname Paranoid suits him. I have to say that Medici is very talented at coming up with nicknames. Also, even if I say his name, he won't be able to hear it if I don't want him to hear it. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, exposed Klein's thoughts with a smile. Following that, Klein didn't mention the Dark Angel again, because Amon clearly wouldn't answer. Before long, the man and angel walked out of the river valley and saw a dead city. Most of the buildings in the city had collapsed, and the rest had pointed tops, as though they were a tower that led to heaven. There were dark red, vine-like plants growing on their surface, bearing fruits that were unknown whether they could be eaten or not. After entering the city, Klein discovered that there was a sarcophagus in front of every house. Inside lay either white bones or rotting corpses. What they had in common was that they were extremely deformed. Some had 4 legs, some had a crack in the middle of their eyebrows, some lacked skin, revealing flesh and blood. Some had arms wrapped around their necks like tails. This was originally a city that believed in the phoenix. Later, it converted to my father, but it retained some customs related to death. Wearing a monocle, Amon looked around casually. After the cataclysm, they were left in the forsaken land of the gods. There were no edible, normal plants around, so they could only feed on the contaminated monsters. Generation after generation, all of them developed physical abnormalities and mental disorders. Then they were completely destroyed. The cataclysm brought about by the goddess's assassination of the City of Silver's creator is really a calamity for civilization. Before that, this land had elven civilizations, giant civilizations, phoenix civilizations, and so on. After that, there were only some traces left. Klein thought of the city that had been engulfed by the land and sighed. In history books and in mysticism, that period of history was called the Great Cataclysm. It was indeed very appropriate. He thought for a moment and said, "Why do we have to enter this city instead of going around it?" Amon smiled. In the second epoch, apart from controlling the death pathway, Phoenix Ancestor also occupied a portion of the apprentice pathway. Some of the arrangements here can become loopholes that I can use to shorten our journey to our final destination. Klein's expression darkened. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1190. City of Silver, Top of the Spire. Derek Berg waited for quite a while, but Mr. Fool didn't respond. This caused him to panic. He didn't understand what this meant, nor did he know how to deal with it. Mr. Fool is in a state where he can't respond to prayers. 2 days ago, we were informed that the gathering next week was canceled. This should be a sign. Remembering what had happened before, Derek forced himself to calm the anxiety and nervousness in his heart. He couldn't be blamed for having such a huge reaction, because a similar situation was recorded in the textbooks of the City of Silver. One day, the Creator, who normally responded to his believers, suddenly stopped responding and abandoned this land. After a few seconds of silence, Derek stood up and returned to the chief's room. We still need to wait for a few more days. Wait? Colin repeated the keyword and frowned slightly. In his eyes, this was an unusual matter, and it seemed to symbolize a bad development. He resisted the urge to scratch the back of his head and nodded with some difficulty. Yes. The grizzled Colin Iliad stared at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. All right, you can go back first. City of Silver, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Furs, who was wrapped in thick clothes, paced back and forth around the warm stove, her face full of doubt. Finally, she turned her head and looked at Zio. Why hasn't Mr. World replied to me? Maybe he's caught up in something. Zio gave the reason she had long thought of. Perhaps it's inconvenient for Mr. Fool to convey your prayers at the moment, so he's put the gathering on hold. Furs nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Fool informed us that the gathering will be suspended next week. It's temporary and was only decided in the middle of the week. Is this related to George III? Thinking back to Mr. World's constant investigations, Zio tersely acknowledged and said, yes, very likely. In the forsaken land of the gods, within the deathly, silent city, Amon, who was wearing a classic black robe, led Klein into a relatively intact church. The stone pillars here were tilted, and a few of them were broken. Dark red weeds grew out from the gaps at the top, entangling the bird reliefs. With the leather lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed that the residents of the city hadn't really died. There was still a small number of survivors. It was unknown what method they had used to transform into monsters from the depths of the darkness. They were avoiding the dim yellow light and surrounding the cathedral in places where they couldn't be seen. They wanted to attack Klein and Amon, two seemingly normal humans. The reason why Klein was able to confirm that the monsters were originally residents of this city was because their spirit-body threads had a certain degree of abnormality. They were either grayish-white, distorted, or partially stuck together. They were completely different from the monsters in other places, and the feeling they gave off was closer to the corpses inside the sarcophagus. I wonder what kind of despair and breakdown made the remaining humans choose such a path. Perhaps the deepest despair is not seeing hope every day. Furthermore, the situation around me is worsening. Klein sighed as he adjusted his state of mind. He was experiencing repeated instances of hope and despair. Wearing a monocle, Amon walked at the edge of the light and went all the way to the deepest part of the cathedral. As Klein approached, he saw a door covered in a faint white glow. This city is actually split into 2 parts, light and dark. They used certain powers of the apprentice pathway to hide a portion of the area. One can only enter through a specific door. Amon raised his hand and pointed ahead. The powers of a secret sorcerer? Klein nodded in enlightenment, indicating that he had a rough idea of what was going on. Amon then said, "Behind this door is the dark side of this city. Behind this door is the dark side of this city, and I can use it to connect to similar areas further away, directly arriving there, and shorten our journey." As expected of the embodiment of a loophole, Klein looked at Amon as he stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the door formed from a faint white glow. The light began to ripple as it rapidly spread out in all directions. It became more and more intense. At this moment, a deformed monster that was hiding in the darkness and spying on the cathedral suddenly trembled and became Klein's marionette. 20 to 30 seconds ago, Klein had already completed his initial control over it and deepened his influence. However, it was only now that he had completely transformed it. Right on the heels of that, Klein and the marionette reached out their hands at the same time. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Amon changed the direction of the door, they each grabbed an item. In Klein's hand was the scarlet lunar corona, which was shaped like a full moon and embedded with a crimson gem. In the marionette's palm was the ancient brass master key. At the same time, they opened their mouths and let out a bang. They used air cannons to push the scarlet lunar corona and master key towards Amon, towards the faint white door. The combination of these two items allowed people to hear Mr. Door's cries for help. In other words, it allowed Mr. Door's powers to infiltrate the real world to a limited extent. And this was the controller of all the doors. He was one of the existences that didn't wish to see Amon become an error and control Sapphira Castle. Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes that Mr. Door, who was in a sealed state, could really harm Amon. He only hoped that he could use this opportunity to interfere with the Angel of Time and create enough time for him to make other preparations. Of course, if Mr. Door could cause an anomaly in the door and expand or distort the loophole created by Amon, affecting the Marauder Pathways King of Angels and sending him far away, Klein would definitely sincerely thank Mr. Door for a week. After the previous attempts, Klein realized what his greatest disadvantage was. It wasn't that he was one sequence lower or that there was a fundamental difference in their levels, but that he had lost the initiative and was unable to make proper preparations. Every time he began preparing, he would be interrupted or destroyed by Amon. To a senior magician, an unprepared performance was often synonymous with failure. If Klein could make preparations ahead of time and quietly summon the historical void projections of Mr. Aztec, Rionette Tinker, and Snake of Fate Wala Septon, he would definitely be able to create a very good opportunity to escape even if he couldn't finish off Amon's avatar at the Sequence 2 level. At this moment, the scarlet lunar corona that emitted a tranquil glow and the master key that looked simple and unadorned arrived at the door of light. The faint white light that formed the illusory door distorted and devoured the two items. It was dyed crimson as it collapsed into a vortex. The vortex seemed bottomless like a huge eye. Amon, who was about to turn around, paused slightly when he was stared at by the eye, as though he had heard an old friend shout. However, such a pause instantly vanished as though it had never appeared. As Amon's gaze shifted to Klein, he instantly lost 6 Beyonder powers. This included controlling spirit body threads, summoning historical void projections, paper figurine substitutes, flame control, underwater breathing, and bone softening. Of course, the marionettes losing these 6 Beyonder powers didn't affect Klein's subsequent actions. That indiscernible pause had allowed Klein to switch places with his marionettes in time. He had already arrived in the depths of the darkness outside the cathedral. The deformed monsters around him trembled and became his marionettes. Against targets that weren't even at Sequence 5, it only took Klein 2 to 3 seconds to turn them into marionettes. And when he summoned the Scarlet Lunar Corona, he had already begun doing something similar. As Klein enjoyed the darkness without any qualms, attempting to transform into a concealed state or successfully commit suicide, he reached out with his marionettes and grabbed at the fog formed by the intertwining history. This time, he split his marionettes into 3 groups. He summoned Rionette Tinker, Mr. Aztec, and Snake of Fate Wala Septon respectively. He didn't want it to be stolen by Amon after he succeeded with great difficulty. Under such arrangements, he might have 1 or 2 left. Of course, the premise was that Amon wasn't able to steal multiple historical void projections at once. This point needed to be confirmed by Klein. Klein's true body retracted his hand without grabbing anything. The marionettes who summoned the Snake of Fate all failed. However, 2 of the scholars of who summoned the Death Console and Rionette Tinker had their arms tense up slightly. Klein was delighted as he suddenly felt that this attempt might be able to turn into a true escape. At this moment, the crystal monocle Amon was wearing emitted a blazing, turbulent, and terrifying light. The entire city, as well as the surrounding river valleys, hills, and wilderness, were filled with pure, scorching sunlight. After bidding farewell to this place for thousands of years, daytime had descended once again. Amon had returned the daytime he had stolen from the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In such a daytime, not only did Klein's body feel like it was about to melt, but his ears also reverberated with the familiar and crazy ravings. They were like steel needles stabbing into every worm of spirit. This made his mind feel an immense pain as the successful summoning of his marionettes failed. The daytime in the ruins of the battle of the gods contained the ravings of the true creator, the deformed monsters that were hiding in the depths of the darkness, which were also the few survivors of the city, seemed to temporarily regain their rationality. They stared at the daytime in a daze and couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Then, they crazily charged towards the source of the daytime and melted into ashes one after another. In the City of Silver's afternoon town camp far away from here, the guards on the stronghold discovered that a brilliance that was different from lightning had appeared in the northeast horizon. It was like the scene of the legendary sun about to rise. This scene only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered, and the horizon returned to darkness. Just as Klein recovered from his ravings, he saw Amon in a pointed hat standing in front of him. The Angel of Time stroked his monocle and smiled. Well done. Chapter 1191. Not bad. In the face of Amon's praise, Klein forced a smile and politely replied, "Thank you." Frankly speaking, he would rather hear curses than praise. At least it meant that he was very close to success. Of course, Klein suspected that even if he really escaped, Amon wouldn't be flustered and exasperated. Based on the god of mischief's character, he might find it too interesting and exciting, but on the other hand, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed and disappointed, eager to enter the next round. Being able to think of using a door to disturb me is a great improvement. But don't you think that I'll be more vigilant when I open the door, and I won't be so easily affected by accidents? Klein thought for a moment and answered seriously, "Yes. That's what I thought at the beginning, but then I felt that you should be able to grasp my state of mind and believe that I wouldn't dare to take action when you open the door. At this moment, it might work if I tried. Doing it when others don't think you'll do is also a strategy." In his previous life, Klein had come into contact with a similar level of thinking and was confused by it. What if I also thought of this? Amon smiled and pushed the bottom edge of his monocle with his knuckles. At the same time, the surviving marionettes that belonged to Klein took out a crystal monocle from the void and wore it on their right eye before looking at Klein. This left Klein's scalp tingling as he realized that his connection with his marionette had been instantly severed. Although there is progress, there will always be some punishment for failure. Amon smiled as he turned around and walked towards the church. As he took a step forward, the marionettes revealed smiles one after another before collapsing stiffly. This tore apart Klein's soul again and again as the blood vessels on his forehead visibly expanded and contracted. Enduring the pain, Klein stood still for a while before he managed to calm down. During this process, although he was always in the depths of darkness, he was not attacked by any terrifying monsters, nor did he turn into a hidden state. When did Amon steal the hidden divine power of this city? If I were to attempt suicide, even my thoughts would be stolen. I still wasn't prepared enough. I didn't have enough confidence in Amon. I didn't consider the things he had previously stolen. I really didn't expect that he would release Daybreak, that he stole from the ruins of the battle of the gods. What else did he steal in the past and store in his body? I have no idea at all, so I can't make any targeted preparations. That monocle is a container that stores the stolen items. Is it a part of Amon? Therefore, he can take out a monocle every time parasitizing him. Klein rubbed his temples and walked back into the cathedral. Looking at Amon in front of the door of light, he asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Why do you have so many monocles? Where do you usually put it?" Amon stroked the monocle on his right eye and smiled nonchalantly. "Why don't you ask me why every doppelganger has eyes and where I usually put them?" "I understand." Klein nodded. Amon cast his gaze back at the door of light that had yet to calm down from the whirlpool and said casually, "I have a nagging feeling that your operation this time was essentially a large-scale preparation, not an attempt. During that process, what tricks did you do?" Klein deliberated for a moment before replying with a smile, "Guess. I do have a guess. Do you think I guessed correctly?" "I do have some guesses. Do you think I'm right?" Amon pinched the top and bottom edge of the monocle and asked with interest. "Perhaps, or perhaps not." Klein didn't give a clear answer. He cooperatively walked to Amon's side and watched as he extended his hand again to press on the pale, white door of light. Ripples appeared on the door of light once again, becoming more and more intense and exaggerated. After about 10 seconds, the ripples dyed the surroundings, causing the door of light to expand twice its original size. Amon glanced at Klein and gestured for him to take a step forward. Klein instinctively turned his head and surveyed the surroundings of the cathedral. Outside the area illuminated by the leather lantern, the Beyonder characteristics left behind by the mutated monsters were shimmering. Not all of them were Beyonders when they were alive. After those, ordinary people transformed into monsters. A large portion of their strength came from darkness and degeneration. It didn't belong to them, so they didn't have any characteristics to seep out. I almost forgot. Amon, who had followed him around, suddenly shook his head and smiled. Just as he said that, blobs of Beyonder characteristics floated up and automatically entered his body, fusing with him, leaving only a small amount behind. Most of the ones who voluntarily transformed into monsters are Beyonders of the apprentice pathway and their families who can enter the city's dark side, Amon said casually as he retracted his gaze. Even if it's a Beyonder characteristic of a neighboring pathway, directly eating it would cause problems, right? Shouldn't one only be able to jump to a higher level of a neighboring pathway? It can even be downwards compatible? Klein was a little taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, "Won't this accumulate madness?" This wasn't just a matter of accumulating madness. Klein suspected that if he were to do so, there was a high chance that he would go half-mad. "Others will," Amon said with a smile. "But I won't." What a bug. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then, the distance between him and the door of light disappeared. Subconsciously, he forgot about the remaining death pathway Beyonder characteristics and entered the mutated door of light with Amon. The endless darkness and the squirming lines of light mixed together, making Klein feel like he was plummeting and weightless. About 10 seconds later, he found himself and Amon in a square. The dim yellow light of the leather lantern seemed to be obstructed by an invisible force, allowing it to only illuminate half of its original area. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. With the help of the lightning, Klein saw incomplete statues erected around the square. Some of them had their hands tied behind their backs. Some had thorny roses wrapped around their bodies, and some looked like mummies. They gave off the feeling of being restrained. This place used to be a city that worshipped a xenogeneic king. Like a qualified tour guide, Amon introduced the scenic spots to Klein. They're very interesting. They're usually restrained and quiet, just like ascetics. But once they encounter prey, or at a specific moment, they'll explode with the desire to kill. You can imagine, on the night of the full moon, this is a city filled with werewolves. From the looks of it, the mutants' original philosophy was one of restraint. They were later led astray by the mother tree of desire. Klein took a few more glances with the help of a new round of lightning. The xenogeneic king looks like a mummy? No. Although he is an ugly and twisted man, he likes to wrap himself in thorns and thorny roses. Amon sneered. Klein took the opportunity to ask, "What kind of idols do your believers worship?" "In mysticism, your symbol is a clock and a worm of time." Amon scratched his chin. "In theory, my believers are all myself. There's no need to go through the trouble of erecting idols. My believers are all myself. Thankfully, I now have a blessed-like Donis." Klein suddenly realized that he and Amon were quite similar in certain aspects. Of course, me saying that my believers are all myself is a joke. Amon saying that my believers are all myself is a horror story. There's quite a huge difference in style. Klein finally gave a self-deprecating remark. As Amon walked forward, he continued, "However, in my father's era, many people believed in me. However, in my father's era, many people believed in me. Some of them used the name Angel of Time and used a symbol related to the clock to create a statue of me. Some used the title god of mischief and used a crow covered in mysterious patterns to create my image. There were also some who combined the two." At this point, Amon, who was wearing a monocle, suddenly turned his head and glanced at Klein. The corners of his mouth curled up. He curled the corners of his lips and said, "We're less than 3 days away from our final destination. That is to say, I only have 3 days left." Klein nearly drew a gasp. The psychological pressure suddenly increased, making him feel as though his nerves were about to snap. He had yet to determine the true goal of Amon's game, nor had he discovered any signs that Amon was driving him to do something. This meant that he was unable to grasp the crux of the matter and couldn't find a true opportunity to escape. The performance of Amon's avatar made him understand that if he didn't make proper preparations, he might not even last 10 seconds in front of him. As his thoughts raced, Klein fell silent and followed Amon out of the square that was covered in traces of destruction. There were few pedestrians on the streets, and they came and went in a hurry. In Pritz Harbor, where many houses were covered in burn marks, Queen Mystic, with her chestnut-colored hair, placed the newspaper in her hand on the table. The front page of the Tussock Times published the shocking news of the king's assassination. It also claimed that the assassin came from Fasak or Intis. This isn't preventing the disaster, nor is it worsening the disaster, Bernadette muttered to herself with a slightly heavy expression. She pondered for a moment before picking up the tablecloth and wrapping it up. Then, she released her fingers and allowed it to stretch out on its own. This time, the coffee cups, pen holders, newspapers, and other items in the tablecloth vanished. What appeared were items related to the ritual, such as silver candles. Bernadette immediately held a ritual and summoned German Sparrow's messenger. As a collaborator, she believed that it was necessary to inquire about the other party's situation and see if there was anything else she needed help with. As soon as the ritual ended, Rionette Tynker, who was holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads and wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out of the swollen candlelight. She didn't have anything on her neck. Bernadette's eyelids twitched indiscernibly. Then, she picked up the letter and a gold coin that she had long prepared and handed them to the messenger. One of Rionette Tynker's heads bit on the letter and gold coin, while the other heads sized up Queen Mystic for a few seconds. She shifted her gaze and walked into the void, but just as Bernadette was about to put away the tablecloth, Miss Messenger suddenly appeared again. 2 of her blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. Disappeared. Chapter 1192. German Sparrow has disappeared. When the abnormally terrifying messenger returned, Bernadette already had a premonition and roughly grasped what had happened. Therefore, after hearing the messenger's feedback, her expression sank slightly without any obvious reaction. This Queen Mystic's blue eyes that resembled a condensed ocean instantly turned deeper. It temporarily lost its focus, as though she was prying into the torrent of fate through Rionette Tynker. 2 to 3 seconds later, Bernadette suddenly closed her eyes as though a blinding light had appeared in front of her. A blood-colored liquid flowed down the corner of her eyes, accentuating the paleness of her face. Queen Mystic Bernadette closed her eyes tightly and said with an ethereal voice, "German Sparrow is in grave danger. German Sparrow is in grave danger. The darkness is devouring the light, leaving only a sliver of light." This was a prophecy. The sequence 3 of the mystery prior pathway was clairvoyant. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tynker's hands spoke one after another. That darkness symbolizes what? Bernadette maintained her previous posture and said, "Desolation, aberration, apocalypse, negativity, error." Rionette Tynker, who was dressed in a dark and complicated dress, didn't let the heads in her hand speak again. She threw down Bernadette's letter and gold coins, turned around, and walked into the void, vanishing from the room. Queen Mystic Bernadette stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds without doing anything. Finally, she opened her eyes again. Her blue eyes were hazy and lifeless, as though she needed more time to recover her vision. Bernadette thought for a moment, extended her right hand, and struck out. The tablecloth retracted itself and unfurled once again, replacing the items related to the ritual with a fountain pen, paper, and ink bottle. The fountain pen suddenly leaped up as though it was being held by an invisible spirit. It quickly wrote down the matter of German Sparrow's disappearance. In the Sonia Sea, in the captain's cabin of the future. Admiral of Stars Catlia looked at the fried mushrooms on her plate as she took in the fragrance of fat. She didn't pick up her knife and fork for a long time. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered. She turned her head to look at the place where the brass sextant was placed and found that there was an extra letter there. Catlia immediately smiled. She reached over and picked up the letter. She couldn't wait to open it and read it. Gradually, her brows furrowed. The German sparrow is missing. Catlia repeated the key content of the letter in a low voice, keenly aware that this matter was a little serious. She easily understood the meaning behind the Queen's letter. Without hesitation, she lowered her head, clasped her hands, and chanted an honorific name in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, above the gray fog, the crimson star that represented the hermit came to life. There was an obvious expansion and contraction as a halo that contained the sounds of prayer spread out. They intertwined with the ripples created by the two crimson stars, corresponding to the magicians and the sun. Like a tide, they surged toward the ancient and majestic palace. Someone is praying to Mr. Fool again. The echo is getting stronger, and the noise around my ears is getting more obvious. Yes, I can hear a little clearer, and the scene is a little clearer. This time, the person praying seems to be Ma'am Hermit. Only she likes to wear ancient magus robes. Queen Mystic has discovered that something has happened to German Sparrow. Although I was previously worried that I would die and need some time to revive, and I had hinted to the tarot members that they might cancel next week's gathering, it was only a hint. There wasn't an official notice, and it wasn't clear enough. If there's still no response by Monday, they will definitely panic. They will pray and contact each other, and they will discover that Mr. Fool has also disappeared. No, he has fled with the world. Klein lampooned to ease his feelings. He glanced at Amon, who was walking beside him, and raised the leather lantern in his hand in an attempt to strike up a conversation. It should have been extinguished long ago. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a black mage robe, nodded slightly. I've placed it in a magical state. It doesn't need any fuel to maintain its light for a week. Klein pondered for a moment. Is this a fraud against the laws of nature? Amon turned his head and looked at Klein with his monocle-wearing right eye for a second. Smart. The error pathways sequence 3 deepens Swindler. It's called Deceiving Tutor. It's about the same as what I guessed. However, it's not only the wrong pathway that can do something like this. The Black Emperor can do it by distorting the laws and using the laws. Klein compared the difference between the Marauder and Lawyer pathways. At this moment, Amon rubbed his chin and asked with great interest, there are less than 3 days left. If you don't think of a way to escape, it will be too late. Are you going to try something new today or tomorrow? Take a guess. Klein put on a smile and responded to his question with the routine that the other party was good at. To be frank, when it came to escaping, Klein didn't believe that the more times he tried, the better the results would be. On the one hand, frequent attempts could indeed probe the boundaries of Amon's powers and expend the items that he had previously stolen, establishing a good foundation for the final battle. However, on the other hand, it would also expose Klein's trump cards. After all, he was in a passive state and had no chance to prepare. To force Amon to reveal more of his means, he could only play his few good cards. If his response was completely figured out by Amon through repeated attempts, Klein couldn't imagine how he would have a chance to escape. Attempting to escape was a double-edged sword. If he wasn't careful, he would end up cutting himself. It was precisely because of this that Klein didn't blindly take action. He carefully planned in his mind. As he spoke, he and Amon walked out of the city that originally worshipped the mutant king and later worshipped the ancient sun god. There were only bones and severely weathered stone buildings left, showing the bustle that this place once had. Outside the city was a desolate wilderness that stretched to the horizon under the illumination of the lightning. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard sat on the sofa with his feet propped up on the coffee table. He leisurely flipped through the day's newspaper. George III's death yesterday had brought about extreme busyness. He, who had been on duty all night, received 5 hours of leave today. After sleeping for 2 hours, Leonard woke up in high spirits and attempted to understand the current situation from the official reports. In fact, as a Red Gloves captain, he knew more than the reporters in certain aspects. For example, in the outskirts of Bakeland, where the Tudor ruins were located, it had collapsed into a relatively large lake, nearly affecting Don Dantes' meager manor. For example, George III, who had self-destructed at Memorial Square, wasn't actually a real person. The corpse that had been collected had vanished into thin air that night. Of course, Leonard was extremely certain that George III was dead and that the eldest prince was about to inherit the Balham crown and Rouen crown. Back then, there was an anomaly in Sapphira Castle. This matter definitely has something to do with Mr. Fool. Klein had long warned George III that something would happen. The reaction of the three churches was very strange. Even the Church of the Storm, which is the most easily driven by impulse, wasn't too angry. As Leonard flipped through the newspaper, he casually let his thoughts wander. At this moment, Palazaro's slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. German Sparrow's messenger is here. Leonard suddenly looked up and saw the angelic messenger in a dark and complicated dress appear in front of him at some point in time. The four blonde, red-eyed heads in Rionette Tinker's hand spoke one after another. Gehrman, Sparrow, encountered, great, crisis has, now, disappeared. Klein encountered danger and disappeared? Leonard retracted his legs and stood up. Without waiting for Palazaros to give him a hint, his spiritual perception stirred as he blurted out. It has something to do with George III death? Yes. He destroyed George III's apotheosis ritual. Rionette Tinker's 4 heads, 8 red eyes looked at Leonard at the same time. Apotheosis ritual? Although Leonard was very anxious, he was still shocked by this phrase. To be able to hold an apotheosis ritual, no matter how low it is, it's still a sequence 1 angel. Klein can actually directly participate in something at this level. Mr. Fool's plan? Leonard's green eyes flickered. Relying on his rich experience, he went straight to the point and asked. With his rich experience, he asked directly, what was Klein's situation the last time you saw him? Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads shook up and down. Possibly being pursued by Zeratul. As Gehrman Sparrow's messenger, this ancient Bane was able to sense that his employer had left the Tudor ruins after escaping. And the one who understood the means of a scholarly the most was undoubtedly a high-sequence beyonder of the same pathway. Therefore, Zeratul would definitely intercept and pursue him. Zeratul? The leader of the secret order, the sequence 1 angel Zeratul? As Leonard was worried about Klein, he was also fearful and shocked by his former colleague's colorful life. At this moment, in his mind, Palazaros said in a deep voice, ask him if there are any other clues. Ask him if there are any other clues. Leonard immediately did as he was told and raised the question. Rionette Tinker seemed to know that Leonard wasn't simple as she repeated Queen Mystic's prophecy word by word. After Palazaros heard that, he fell silent for a moment before sighing. Mistake. I roughly know your former colleague's current situation. Leonard subconsciously wanted to ask, but due to the presence of an outsider, he ultimately resisted the urge. Palaz paused for a moment before continuing. The anomaly in Sapphira Castle has attracted Zeratul, so how could Amon not notice it? This likely involves the competition for Sapphira Castle. Sapphira Castle. Leonard slowly took a deep breath and said to Rionette Tinker, he might have fallen into Amon's hands. He might have fallen into Amon's hands. After Miss Messenger nodded and turned to leave, Leonard immediately sat down, clasped his hands, closed his eyes, and prayed. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. P.S. The latest version has fixed the bug of whether the tarot needs to convene. Man, it's normal that I didn't discover it when I was writing it. It's too bad that I didn't discover it when I was checking it. My brain must have been stolen by Amon, divine sovereign of the 9 heavens. Chapter 1193. Above the gray fog, the crimson star that represented the star also began to expand and shrink. The ripples created by it gradually overlapped with the ripples created by the other 3 stars, turning into a tide that surged and reverberated throughout the mysterious space, causing it to tremble slightly. After recounting the matters regarding Klein, Leonard ended his prayer and waited for Mr. Fool to respond. However, after a quarter of an hour, he still did not receive any feedback. Mr. Fool's response has always been very timely. Leonard couldn't help but mutter. In his mind, Palaz Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before reminding him with a slightly aged voice. Recall what the fool said during this period of time. Leonard thought carefully and said slowly. In the middle of the week, he reminded us not to go to the forest in the northwestern suburbs of Bakeland. He seemed to be hinting that the gathering next week might not be held as scheduled. As expected, Palaz Zoroast let out a long sigh and said, "The fool has expected Amon's appearance. They might be secretly clashing in different domains. One wants to protect Sapphira Castle, while the other wants to become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Your former colleague has unfortunately been embroiled in this matter." Mr. Fool expected it? This is a trap he set up for Amon? Leonard's eyes lit up as he blurted out. Palaz seemed to have spent some time thinking as he spoke much slower. That might be the case. It's also possible that Amon used that trap and took the initiative. Don't underestimate a blasphemer, a powerful king of angels. From Leonard's current understanding, Mr. Fool was either the owner of Sapphira Castle that was slowly recovering. It was unknown which deity he corresponded to in history, or he was the embodiment of a Sephiroth. At present, he still couldn't control his authority and strength well. He needed to undergo a qualitative change. Regardless of the possibility, Mr. Fool had yet to reach the level of a true deity. There was a high chance that he was at the same level as kings of angels. Under such circumstances, Mr. Fool and the terrifying blasphemer engaged in an intense battle. It was rather normal for neither of them to be able to defeat the other for a long period of time. After all, that person was one of the strongest hidden existences beneath the deities. He was even more powerful than the hidden sage, who is often classified as an evil god. Even deities would be wary of him. Leonard couldn't help but tense up. He asked worriedly in a low voice, "Old man, do you have any way to help? Isn't Amon your biggest enemy? That kind of help might be limited, but it should be able to fish Klein out of this whirlpool." Palaz Zoroast laughed when he heard that and said with an obvious self-deprecating tone, "That's right. Do you have too many expectations of me that you shouldn't have? Indeed, if Amon obtains Sapphira Castle, I'll definitely die at his hands. I might not even be able to survive this winter. And if Sapphira Castle is left with the fool, I might still have a chance of surviving in the future. But do I, an old fellow who has just recovered the strength of a sequence 2, have the ability to interfere in a battle at this level? Even if I use the yesterday, once more charm, what can I do in just 2 to 3 seconds? Yes, at a critical moment, this might be able to help the fool distort the situation, but I don't even know where they are fighting. How can I seize the opportunity?" Leonard fell silent after hearing Old Man's series of words. He then lowered his head, raised his hands, and pressed them against the sides of his head. "Could it be that all I can do is watch helplessly?" Palaz sighed and said, "Patience. All we can do now is be patient. That fool and Evernight should have a certain tacit understanding with certain deities and kings of angels, or even a cooperative relationship. They won't allow Amon to take away Sapphira Castle. Just wait patiently. Perhaps it won't be long before we see an opportunity." Leonard half straightened his body and tilted his head back. He took a deep breath and exhaled. "I understand." In the waters near Sonia Island, the Blue Avenger, which had received orders from the Church of the Storm to attack the port and the Faceac merchant ships, was hiding outside the safe sea route. Alger Wilson stood behind the window of the captain's cabin, using his supervision to stare at the coastline that was still a long distance away. From this newly advanced ocean songster's point of view, there were many captains who had accepted similar missions. They were all the cream of the crop among the mid-sequence Beyonders, and their joint operation would definitely be able to effectively harm Faceac's maritime transportation lines. And this also meant that the attack from Faceac would be sufficiently fierce. There was a high chance that it would be led by a sequence 4 demigod. He couldn't rule out the possibility of a sequence 3 war bishop or silver knight appearing. This was a sufficiently dangerous development for Alger. He didn't want to land himself in such trouble. At the same time, the crew, colleagues, and collaborators would monitor each other, preventing anyone from escaping the operation. If Alger were to slack off and wander on the edge of danger, it wouldn't take long before he had to consider whether to kill most of the crew and turn into a real pirate, or lose the Blue Avenger and return to Pasu Island to receive an internal trial. By the end of this operation, the number of surviving captains won't exceed a third of the original number. Alger calmly analyzed and quickly came up with a plan to avoid danger. It was to participate in the operation, but not be in a central position. Alger planned on bringing the people on the ship to Sonia Island in the name of a surprise attack on the Fasak merchant ships and supply ships, while the rest of his colleagues were frantically attacking the Fasak merchant ships and supply ships. They would hide in the primitive forest and occasionally cause some uncontrollable disturbances to the port. This way, the Fasak demigods would definitely cast their gazes at the sea and not him. At the same time, in the eyes of the crew, he would be a role model who was willing to take great risks to venture deep into enemy territory. After thinking of all the details, Alger immediately gathered his crew and explained his plan. In the end, he emphasized, "That's right." Finally, he emphasized, "This will be very dangerous. Trust me, it's very dangerous. We won't be able to advance or retreat as freely as we can at sea. We might be surrounded by the enemy at any moment, but such an attack will definitely surprise the Fasak people and bring us the outcome we want. Are you willing to stay on a ship as cowards, or are you willing to follow me to become heroes and show your piety to the Lord?" The crew's blood boiled as they impulsively spoke one after another. "Kill the Fasak people." "Very good." Alger clenched his right fist and punched his left chest with a look of relief. "May the storm be with us. May the storm be with us." The sailors saluted and shouted. After arranging this matter, Alger believed that he needed to borrow the unshadowed crucifix as soon as possible to expel the excess ocean songster beyonder characteristic. Although he had exaggerated the danger of landing on Sonia Island, there was still a certain level of risk. Therefore, he wanted to recover to his best state as soon as possible, and he had long understood the hint that Mr. Fool had given him. He felt that Mr. Fool would officially announce the cancellation of the tarot gathering tonight or tomorrow morning. Of course, deep down in Alger's heart, he had some guesses. He suspected that every time Mr. Fool canceled the tarot gathering, something had happened to him. He wanted to use this nominal prayer to test if this mighty existence was still normal. No, I can't test God. This isn't a test. Mr. Fool didn't hint that I can't pray to him in the near future. Besides, borrowing the unshadowed crucifix is something I really need to do in the next few days. Alger paced back and forth, momentarily unable to make a decision. At this moment, he heard the sound of crashing waves. Through the additional perspective provided by the ghost ship, he saw the seawater on the side of the ship part as a gigantic fish creature appeared. This strange-looking giant fish opened its mouth and spat out a metal ball, allowing it to land on the deck. Alger nodded and expressed his gratitude with a song. This was a marine creature that the Church of the Storm had domesticated. In this operation, it and its companions acted as messengers between the various ships and the island under their control. Upon receiving the gratitude, the giant fish's body trembled. With a flick of its tail, it dove into the depths of the sea and swam into the distance. Alger watched silently for 2 seconds before summoning a gust of wind to send the metal ball to the captain's cabin. Unscrewing the metal ball and taking out the piece of paper inside, Alger's gaze froze when he saw it. George III was assassinated. Alger repeated the contents with a slightly solemn expression before recalling the world's German sparrow's reminder in Mr. Fool's hint. This time, he didn't hesitate. He sealed the room and softly chanted the honorific name, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." The prayers are almost like a chorus. Mr. the Hanging Man wishes to borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Little Son. Leonard, These voices are layered and undulating, causing the surroundings to tremble. Klein raised his hand to rub his temples, feeling as though he was surrounded by an electric drill. At this moment, he followed Amon deep into the desolate wilderness and saw that it was filled with grayish-yellow fog. There were several ravines, and there were many things loitering in the depths of the darkness. Compared to the monsters that were quietly lurking before, the ones here appeared rather special. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, raised his hand to stroke his crystal monocle and pointed ahead with a smile. In another half a day, we should be able to reach our final destination. Half a day? It hasn't even been a day. Didn't you say 3 days? Klein's pupils seemed to dilate. Amon smiled. I said it wouldn't take more than 3 days. A day is also not more than 3 days. At this point, the King of Angels paused for a moment and asked with piqued interest, Did I mess up your arrangements? Did it make you feel even more despair? Klein didn't respond as he suddenly reached out and grabbed at the void beside him. 9 Heavens, Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1194. Although he had been a Beyonder for less than 2 years, Klein's experiences could definitely be considered rich and colorful even among Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 saints. He had owned and encountered many items that could quickly kill him in his present state and allow him to summon them from the historical void. Among them, he chose the flaring sun charm that he had used in Tingent City. He had already chanted the incantation, injected his spirituality, and was about to activate the flaring sun charm. Indeed, this didn't have much of a restraining effect on a demigod of the seer pathway who was inclined towards bizarreness and change. It mainly relied on his own lethality, but Klein wouldn't dodge or defend himself. He would open up his body and mind and embrace the light of hope to his heart's content. Even at the level of a Sequence 3 scholar of yore, the defense of a seer pathway Beyonder was still low. Their pure offense was also clearly insufficient compared to their level. This resulted in a tragic fact. When Klein wished to commit suicide, he didn't have the ability to quickly resolve the issue. After all, it was impossible for him to control his spirit-body threads and transform himself into his marionette. This would result in a logical contradiction. In the end, the deeper the marionette transformation, the less he had the ability to continue being a marionette. And when Klein sought a way to commit suicide from the outside, he realized that as long as he didn't use methods like marionette swap, paper figurine substitutes, and historical void hiding, there were too many options for him to consider. The seer pathway was such a powerful, but rather extreme and strange pathway. Seeing that Klein was about to fish out a flaring sun charm from the fog of history, accompanied by a strong desire to commit suicide, Amon only smiled. Without even raising his hand, he had stolen his entire thought, causing the crystal monocle to flash with a faint light. Klein immediately forgot what he had wanted to do. However, he didn't stop. When he heard that they would arrive at their final destination in half a day, his shocked reaction was mostly inact. This was because he had always been wary of the god of deceit and didn't trust his words. There were too many explanations for it to be less than 3 days. Klein had already prepared for the worst. After hearing Amon's words, he immediately lined up what he needed to do next. After the idea of summoning the flaring sun charm to commit suicide, the next thing he needed to do was to summon that existence, summon that existence, summon that existence, and so on. No matter how long the idea Amon stole, he would still be able to act accordingly according to the plan. On this matter, back when he was dealing with 0-08, he had pondered above the gray fog and treated his real self as a marionette. The experience of acting according to the preset program had greatly helped Klein. At this moment, although Klein didn't know what he wanted to do, and he didn't even feel that he had forgotten, he was very clear about what he was going to do next. The past was not important. The present and the future were the key. Klein reached out his palm again and grabbed at the void in front of him. His entire arm suddenly sank. However, when he retracted his right hand, he didn't drag anything out. At the same time, Amon raised his palm and gently grabbed forward. He had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. A silhouette quickly outlined itself beside Amon. It was an old man wearing a hooded black robe. His eyes were as dark as the surface of a lake, and the white beard on his face was long and dense. Zeradol, the leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 angel, Zeradol. The existence that Klein had attempted to summon was actually Zeradol, and he had succeeded in one try. This was because Klein had made preparations ahead of time. In the city established by the Phoenix Believers, when Klein split his marionettes into 3 groups to summon the historical void projection, his true body was actually attempting to summon Zeradol. Without a doubt, it was impossible for him to succeed back then, but as a scholar of Ur, it would be a huge failure if he didn't notice his historical void projection being summoned. And Zeradol was definitely a senior, outstanding, and experienced scholar of Ur. After such a summon that was destined to fail, Klein had established a connection with Zeradol. This was a tacit understanding between scholars of Ur. As for a miracle invoker, an attendant of mysteries, they could make their historical void projection react positively. Just like how every scholar of Ur had a 100% success rate when borrowing power from their past selves. In addition, the historical void projection summoned by a scholar of Ur didn't have a contractual connection. It relied on the fact that the other party didn't have any intelligence or had a good relationship with him to control it. And in this world, Mr. Door was ranked 1st, Palez was ranked 2nd, and Zeradol was ranked 3rd. In other words, Klein and Zeradol were temporary allies when it came to fighting against Amon. Due to these factors, Klein believed that he could summon Zeradol once, and the facts proved this point. And it was precisely because of this that he wasn't worried that Amon would steal the historical void projection he summoned. He even hoped that the Angel of Time would do so. The reason why he had the thought of committing suicide before summoning Zeradol was because he wanted Amon to steal his thoughts. And Amon was a king of angels who liked to experiment and pursue thrills. With him having too many choices, it was very likely that the next theft wouldn't repeat itself. It wouldn't be stealing thoughts, but stealing the summoned historical void projection. This was one of the few trump cards Klein had. In the next second, Zeradol's eyes went from dull to lifeless. He instantly felt real. Clearly, this attendant of mysteries, a senior scholar of Ur, had entered the historical void, allowing the projection from the same era to obtain his consciousness. And Zeradol's projection, who possessed his own consciousness, didn't hesitate to cast his gaze firmly at Amon. Amon's monocle and non-monocle eyes narrowed at the same time. He saw the frequent lightning around him. The barren plains with many ravines instantly turned dark and empty, dotted with resplendent stars. He seemed to have been pulled under the cosmos by Zeradol. This was a miracle. As for the projection opposite Amon, it had already turned into a huge, mysterious vortex formed by twisted maggots. They extended transparent tentacles in all directions. Just looking at them made one lose their rationality and go crazy. At this moment, Klein abandoned the other thoughts in the queue and seized the opportunity to control a monster in the depths of the darkness, turning it into his marionette. Right on the heels of that, he switched places with his marionette. After arriving in the depths of the darkness, Klein once again reached out and grabbed at the air in front of him. After grabbing at it a few times, his marionette did the same action. Finally, he dragged out a new figure from the void. It was Ariana, who wore a simple linen robe with a tree bark belt. She had long, raven black hair, and her feet were bare. She had ordinary facial features and dark eyes. Evernight Cloister's matron, leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, grounded angel, Ariana. The moment Ariana appeared, her dark eyes turned normal. It didn't look like a projection at all. Her true body seemed to have entered a concealed state, allowing the historical void projection that had been summoned to possess intelligence. This was also one of the reasons why Klein chose to summon her and gave up on Mr. Aztec and Miss Messenger, who had a higher chance of success. This way, even if an accident happened to his suicide and he failed, he would still be able to fight him on. After the historical void projection possessed its own consciousness, it would be much easier for Klein to maintain it. As a result, the time that the projections could exist for was lengthened. Klein then used the connection between a scholar of yore and the historical void projection that he had summoned to quickly communicate with the servant of concealment, Ariana, to get her to kill him. Ariana's body suddenly arched as her right hand landed behind her. She pulled out a bone sword covered in strange patterns from the depths of the darkness. Then, she suddenly took a step forward and brandished the sword forward. The darkness truly began to surge as it crazily spread towards Klein's location. An unlucky monster happened to be between Ariana and Klein. As the darkness inundated it like a tidal wave, it melted away. This wasn't the authority of concealment, but the combination of the powers of repose and fear. It symbolized the danger in the darkness, a symbol of silent destruction and disappearance. Beyonders of the Sleepless Pathway had to reach Sequence 3 Terror Bishop to grasp this power. Subconsciously, Klein's survival instincts made him attempt to escape, but at that moment, he felt that the darkness around him was an enemy. He would be infected by that power and become a part of the tidal wave. There was no way to avoid or hide. There's no need to use all your strength, right? You can easily kill me with just a portion of your strength. Klein restrained his instincts as a creature and stood in his spot, waiting for destruction. At this moment, the distant and illusory sound of a bell sounded around him. It was as though it had traversed a long period of history, making everything around it slow down, including the surging darkness. In midair, the pitch-black darkness was pierced through, revealing a gigantic stone wall clock. It was ancient and mottled. Its surface was separated into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each segment had a different symbol. There were a total of 3 hands, one long, one short, and one medium. It seemed to be formed from a 12-ringed worm of time that exuded a sense of vicissitudes. As the second hand ticked, the bell sounded once again. Gong! Amidst the reverberations, the tide-like darkness surged even slower. Then, the ancient clock phantom dissipated, turning back into Amon wearing a pointed hat and a monocle. Zeradol's projection behind him was also in a sluggish state. Right on the heels of that, Amon stood in midair and stretched out his right hand, pressing towards the darkness. The darkness quickly returned to normal, drowning Klein, but it didn't cause him any damage. It was unknown if there was a bug, or if the Beyonder effects had been stolen. At the same time, Amon's body instantly became abnormally large. He was more than 10 to 20 meters tall, but his clothes didn't show any signs of damage. He looked down at Klein and raised his hand to adjust his monocle. He ignored the attacks from Zeradol's projection behind him. Interesting. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 1195. As Amon spoke, transparent tentacles covered in mysterious patterns extended out from the gigantic vortex behind him and wrapped around his different spirit body threads. In an instant, these illusory black threads were lifted without any obstruction. Thus, the strange-looking monsters were suspended in midair, like hams waiting to be dried. The spirit body threads around Amon had been stolen by him at some point in time. At the same time Zeradol launched his attack, his other slippery tentacles constantly reached into the void in an attempt to pull something out. In the blink of an eye, a silhouette of a person was quickly outlined. He had chestnut-colored, slightly curly hair, blue eyes, a high-nosed bridge, thin lips, and a beautifully groomed mustache. He wore a dark red coat with rusted gold threads. He was none other than the former emperor of Intis, Rosel Gustav. The moment this knowledge emperor stepped into the real world, he looked down at the gigantic Amon from above. His eyes instantly condensed complicated and illusory symbols. He wasn't worried that Amon would steal his attack, because he had prepared an extremely large amount of useless and miscellaneous knowledge. Be it him forcefully instilling it or Amon himself taking it away, he could achieve the goal of exploding his mind. Just as Rosel the Great's historical void projection completely took shape, Zeradol's transparent tentacles dragged out another figure. The figure had a young face, but his long hair was already half white. It was raised backwards and floated in midair, half hidden and the other half obvious in the dark night. This was an angel that Klein didn't know. His appearance was male, and his eyes were dark, containing the vicissitudes of life. His facial features weren't bad, but there was a tuft of thick black short hair growing on his cheeks. He gave off a contradictory feeling of being old and youthful, rational and crazy. He immediately transformed into a wriggling worm, extending out transparent and slippery tentacles that were similar to Zeradol's projection. Clearly, this was also an angel of the seer pathway. At that moment, Klein didn't even dare to look at the situation in midair. However, his spiritual perception stirred as he sensed a certain familiarity. The second angel summoned by Zeradol was the son of the ancient god, the first ancestor of the Antigonus family. This was a historical void projection before he became the half-fool. Clearly, Zeradol had made sufficient preparations during this period of time. As Antigonus revealed his complete mythical creature form, the surrounding environment changed again. The darkness became thicker as though it had a life of its own as it surged towards the gigantic Amon, who was wearing a classic black robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle. In the area enveloped by darkness, all the monsters instantly turned into marionettes. Antigonus seemed to have moved a portion of the divine kingdom of the ancient gods from his memories to the real world to separate Amon and Klein. This was also a kind of miracle. When a miracle happened, Zeradol's transparent tentacles dragged out a third projection from the fog of history. This was a knight in full black armor. He was a demigod of the Solomon Empire in the fourth epoch. He did not leave a very prominent reputation in history. However, he had another identity. He was a member of the Red War Army. The leader of this army was King of Angels Medici. In this army, every member could communicate telepathically with Red Angel Medici, forming a single entity. In other words, Medici could gather their powers and also transmit his powers to them. The powers of a scholar of your were unable to involve the uniqueness. Even if he had undergone a qualitative change through the advancement of the sequence, it was the same. However, seers would undoubtedly seek out ways to circumvent the restrictions and obtain help from the uniqueness to a certain extent. Klein had accomplished this by summoning the goddess's divine descent vessel that only had a tiny bit of power. As for Zeradol, he had summoned the powerhouses of the Red War Army. At this moment, that projection was equivalent to a portion of Medici. The knight in full black armor stepped onto the battlefield and swept his gaze in a daze. He immediately laughed. "Yo, little raven, have the feathers I burned off grown back?" As the historical projection he had summoned another 3 angel-level historical projections, the pressure on Klein instantly increased. He suspected that he might not even be able to last 10 seconds. If not for this change, he would likely have felt that he had found a way to infinitely increase his combat strength. That was to summon 2 angels and himself each time. Then, the projection that belonged to him would summon 2 angels and himself. If this continued, his descendants would be limitless. At this moment, the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, Ariana, faded away and entered a concealed state. Following that, she suddenly appeared behind the gigantic Amon and slashed out the bone sword that was covered in strange patterns. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Amon was surrounded by the 5 angel projections, Klein continuously transformed the monsters into marionettes. He made them aim at him, open their mouths, and let out a bang. One after another, air cannonballs whistled towards Klein. At the same time, Klein extended his hand and easily took out a flaring sun charm that had been activated and was about to take effect. He didn't believe that he could survive such a heavy attack. Amidst the banging sounds, Klein suddenly heard a ticking sound. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill for an instant before returning to normal. Klein then saw a huge hole tear open in the dark sky. A beam of pure, scorching sunlight shone in, igniting a charm made of gold. It was none other than the flaring sun charm. It had turned into a huge ball of light that was swirling with countless flames. However, its target wasn't Klein. It had made a mistake and enveloped the demigod of the Red War Army. On the other side, The massive amount of knowledge that Roselle Gustav had infused into him, the miracle created by Antigonus, the destructive sword that Ariana had brandished, and the transparent tentacles that Zeradol had extended had all mistakenly pointed at the same target, the black-armored subordinate of Medici. To a certain extent, this projection that possessed a portion of Medici's will first had its mind explode. Even its instinctive reaction seemed to be lost. Following that, it was struck by the heavy attacks and quickly dissipated in midair. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic mage robe, Amon had returned to his human size at some point in time and landed at the bottom of the battlefield. He raised his right hand and adjusted his crystal monocle as a beam of light lit up. Behind him, the complete, ancient, mottled shadow of the clock appeared once again, and the longest second hand spun half a circle at a speed faster than normal. This actually took less than a second, but everything in the desolate plains seemed to have lost 10 to 20 seconds. Antigonus' historical void projection vanished. Roselle's historical void projection dissipated as well, followed by Zeradol's and Ariana's historical void projections. The time that they could maintain had been stolen just like that. Klein, who was about to commit a third suicide, couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this scene. He had expected that blasphemer Amon would be able to finish off the 5 angel projections. After all, a projection was ultimately just a projection. It was much weaker than his true body. However, he never expected him to be able to play it down so easily, preventing him from even having the chance to commit suicide. He had used his trump card in exchange for such an outcome. It was inevitable that he felt a little depressed and despair. Amon nudged his monocle and stole some distance away. He came in front of Klein in a single step and smiled at him. If it were all his true body, it would indeed be more troublesome. However, the projection from the historical void has a very huge flaw. And grasping problems is what I'm good at. Looking at the angel of time who didn't seem to notice the difficult situation he was in, Klein's heart slowly sank as though it had fallen into an abyss. His spiritual perception was triggered as scenes quickly flashed through his mind. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, Amon had changed his clothes. He had gone from a dark jacket, trousers, and black top hat that suited the aesthetics of the current era to a classic mage robe and a pointed hat. After that, he suggested a game of escape and obstruction. He appeared extremely confident and wasn't worried about any slip-ups as his thoughts raced. Klein's throat turned a little dry as he said in a low and hoarse voice. "You are the true body. After entering the forsaken land of the gods, your true body met up with your avatar?" He truly suspected that the person in front of him was Amon's true body, the true blasphemer, a complete king of angels. The corners of Amon's mouth curled up bit by bit. "This is interesting, isn't it? Your expression after knowing the truth is what I wanted to see when I played this game." He had clearly admitted that he was the true body that naturally accommodated the Marauder pathway's uniqueness. He was the first tier below deities. This meant that unless a true deity descended, no matter how hard Klein struggled, it was impossible for him to escape from Amon's hands. And this was the forsaken land of the gods. The only active deity was the true creator. He wasn't too interested in Sapphira Castle. At that moment, although he had suspected that Amon had replaced him with his true body, Klein, who had experienced countless hopes being dashed, still experienced extreme despair when he confirmed it. If it wasn't for the fact that tarot involved Miss Justice, Leonard, and company, and if he didn't know that Amon was best at deception, he would have admitted defeat and expressed his willingness to become his blessed. Isn't it normal to become a member of the other party if you can't beat them? As he lampooned, Klein suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he recalled what Amon had previously said. His eyes lit up as he calmed down completely. He looked at Amon and leisurely stretched his body. He smiled and said, "Kill me." Chapter 1196. Lightning once again illuminated the barren plain filled with grayish-yellow fog, illuminating the place where the angel-level battle had just taken place, and illuminating the calm smile on Klein's face. Amon stared at him for a few seconds, nudged his monocle, and smiled. Can't you say something else? You seem to have found a new hope. Klein's smile didn't change. He held his fist to his nose and put one hand in his pocket. I just suddenly realized something. The fact that you're the one playing this game doesn't make me feel despair. On the contrary, it means that you can't directly steal my fate. Oh, Amon smiled, seemingly looking forward to what Klein was going to say next. Klein laughed and didn't waver in the slightest. Otherwise, the moment you enter the forsaken land of the gods, you will directly steal my fate and become the new owner of Sapphira Castle. Even if you want to play a game of escape and interception, you can wait until your main goal is achieved before doing so. That way, you won't suffer any risks. As for me, I'll lose the chance to revive and my original fate. Driven by my survival instincts, I'll try harder to escape. Indeed, the god of mischief might do things that disregard risks in pursuit of excitement, but you are still the god of deceit. At this point, Klein looked at Amon's unchanging expression and paused. I know that you really have the beyonder powers to steal the fates of others, but being able to do something doesn't mean that you will do it. This requires you to weigh the risks, the pros and cons, and analyze the gains and losses. I believe you don't want to directly steal my fate. That will make you bear the burden of everything that Sapphira Castle brings. You have to resist the resurrection of its original owner. Even for a king of angels like you, this is very dangerous. If you aren't careful, you might perish. Therefore, you want to find a loophole that allows you to obtain Sapphira Castle without suffering the negative effects. And this requires my permission. When he said this, Klein thought of his experience with computer viruses in his previous life. Those viruses would always disguise themselves as all kinds of normal things to trick you into clicking on them and giving you permission. This was inexplicably similar to the current situation. After listening to Klein's words, Amon looked at him and did not speak. He just calmly adjusted his crystal monocle. A smile suffused Klein's lips as he continued. From the moment you parasitized me, you've been carrying out a large-scale deception. On one hand, you gave me the option of becoming your blessed, and on the other hand, you told me that your main body could withstand my fate, causing me to bear a heavy psychological burden. In the journey that followed, you kept showing me hope and destroying it. You gave me a time limit now and then, forcing me to seize the opportunity to catch my breath. Then, you abruptly shortened the journey and disrupted my arrangements. In the end, you revealed the card that you were the original body and pushed me into the abyss of desperation, destroying my will and psychological defense. I completely collapsed and chose to become your adorer, agreeing to the potential deal. Amon listened quietly and suddenly laughed. He raised his hands and applauded softly. Perfect reasoning. However, you seem to have left out a problem. What I'm talking about is meeting my main body and going to a sufficiently safe place before taking away your fate. Now, we haven't reached our final destination, so I naturally won't take the risk. Klein's expression sank slightly before he relaxed. I'm looking forward to seeing what's different there. He responded to Amon's words with Amon's stance. The genuine king of angels adjusted his monocle and pointed to the side with a smile. Soon. We'll arrive in less than half a day. How long exactly? Klein instinctively lacked trust in Amon's rather vague description. Amon scratched his chin and chuckled. Half an hour. Klein turned his head to look in the direction Amon had pointed, only to see nothing in the deep darkness. A bolt of lightning streaked across, illuminating the desolate plains. However, there was an even thicker, grayish-yellow fog in the distance. Bakeland, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's luxurious villa. After 2 days of chaos, Audrey's life finally regained some peace. This made her even more curious about the truth behind the king's assassination. Considering how Mr. Fool seemed to hint that today's tarot might be cancelled, Audrey decided to pray to this existence in advance and contact the world, German Sparrow, in an attempt to figure out the corresponding situation. She only took a glance at Susie before the golden retriever immediately walked out of the room, closed the door, and squatted outside. With great familiarity, Audrey sat down and got into a praying posture. She chanted softly in ancient Hermes. the fool that doesn't belong to this era. Bakeland, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Do you think there will be a gathering today? There wasn't any formal notice. First took out her pocket watch and opened it. Zio shook her head. I don't know. First couldn't sit still. She left her seat and paced back and forth anxiously, muttering to herself. Mr. World didn't respond, nor did Mr. Fool respond as she spoke. First suddenly looked at her friend who was eating the ham and said anxiously, "Don't worry, I can't help you. Zio, why don't you try praying to Mr. Fool and ask if today's gathering will be held as scheduled?" Zio frowned slightly, put down her fork, and nodded. All right. She also felt that the current situation was a little strange. After clasping her hands and holding her chin, Zio took a deep breath. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, Bakeland, North Borough, underground of St. Samuel Cathedral, in a room behind Cheney's Gate. Emlyn White woke up, feeling a little puzzled about the dream he had just had. He seemed to be dreaming of Lilith, the ancestor of the Blood Clan. In the dream, he was trapped in an ancient castle covered in red grapevines, unable to escape no matter how hard he tried. Later, he saw the crimson moon outside through the narrow window high above. He saw a pair of huge bat wings that covered half of the crimson moon. In the legends of the Sanguine, this was one of the symbols of the ancient goddess, Lilith. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn, who was so excited that he flew up high in an attempt to open the narrow window, discovered a tarot card at the bottom of the glass. The surface of the tarot card depicted a young man dressed in gorgeous clothes. He wore a gorgeous headdress, and he carried a cane on his shoulder. At the end of the cane hung a piece of luggage, and behind him was a puppy pulling him. The Fool card. At this point in the dream, Emlyn naturally woke up. As a sanguine viscount, he had the basic ability to analyze dreams. It must be my present situation that caused this dream to appear. That star actually hasn't given me any human blood. I'm indeed the target of the ancestor's favor. She is hinting to me that to escape this predicament, I have to obtain help from Mr. Fool. What day is it today? Forget it. I'll just pray directly. That way, I'll be able to leave as soon as possible. Emlyn sat up, filled with hope. He chanted piously, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." Above the gray fog, the 3 crimson stars that corresponded to justice, judgment, and the moon began to expand and contract, emitting light and creating ripples. They merged into the crimson tide that existed to begin with, causing the tremors of the entire mysterious space to intensify. Amidst the tremors, the tide drowned the ancient and majestic palace, causing mysterious symbols to light up one after another behind the 8 chairs on both sides of the long bronze table. This brought about a new halo and a new tremor, accompanied by a buzzing sound. At the end of the long, mottled table, the back of the chair belonging to the fool also lit up. Half a contorted line and half a pupil less, I formed a complicated symbol that constantly extended outwards, becoming layered and extremely three-dimensional. As a result, the crimson tide was attracted over, condensing into a figure on the fool's high-back chair. This figure wasn't stable enough. It would distort and disperse at times, making it difficult for it to truly take form. On the desolate plains that were filled with grayish-yellow fog, Klein paused for a moment and looked up at the lightning that streaked across the sky. He then retracted his gaze, held the leather lantern, and followed him on into the endless, desolate plains. The further the man and the king of angels proceeded, the more ravines there were on the ground, and their depths became more exaggerated. About 10 minutes later, as another bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, Klein saw a bluish-black cyclops that was dozens of meters tall, loitering not far away. His body was covered in signs of rotting pus, and his eyes were sunken in without any luster. It was obvious that he had long lost his life. However, he continued loitering around as a grayish-yellow gas emanated from his body, interweaving into clouds in midair, creating fog in the desolate plains. The grayish-yellow fog that enveloped the endless wilderness was actually brought by this bluish-black giant. The youngest son of the giant king, Ormer, the god of glory, Blattle, publicly cursed my father, and was punished to linger here forever. Of course, he had long died in the cataclysm, but he still wasn't freed. Amon pointed at the bluish-black Cyclops and said with a smile, "If I hadn't stolen the corresponding damage, you would have been contaminated by the fog produced after Bladdle's death the moment you entered this plane, becoming a cursed person that lingers here. Do I have to thank you?" Klein suddenly felt like he had walked straight into a myth. Amon led him and continued forward. Soon, they approached the bluish-black Cyclops. There was an extremely deep ravine where the giant lingered. As the lightning streaked across, a thick and wide grayish-white building could be vaguely seen at the bottom. Klein's eyelids twitched slightly as he recalled the scene he had seen when he divined the unshadowed crucifix. If he remembered correctly, this should be the place where the ancient god of the sun, the city of Silver's creator, Amon and Adam's father, walked out. This is the place that Amon said was safe enough? Klein's heart sank. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle, walked to the edge of the ravine. With his back facing the grayish-white building, he opened his hands slightly and said with a smile, "This is the holy land where my father awakened. This is the sacred place where my father woke up. It hides the history that I want to explore. My father told me that this place has a very ancient name, called Under the Illumination of the Silver Lightning that Tore Through the Sky." Amon, who was dressed in a classic black robe, paused for a moment. He spread his arms a little wider and said with a solemn tone, "Chernobyl." Chapter 1197. Chernobyl. Upon hearing Amon's words, Klein's first reaction was astonishment. As he approached the bluish-black Cyclops, he had envisioned many things to unfold, but he never expected to hear such a name. It was like a water-cooled machine gun appearing in an ancient oil painting or a plot appearing in a scientific paper. It was filled with incongruity and unbelievable. In the next second, Klein thought of how the ancient sun god had used his rib to create the dark angel Sassurer, but had named his eldest son Adam. He instinctively believed that what he was encountering was a similar situation. He couldn't help but want to laugh when he realized that the powerful king of angels, Amon, who always wore a nasty smile, had said such a name in a relatively serious and solemn manner. Klein found it increasingly difficult to hold back his urge to laugh, and he didn't want to hold back. The funniest thing would be for Amon to fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill me directly. For Amon to become what he is today, the education of the ancient sun god is definitely a huge part of the responsibility. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he prepared to mercilessly vent the laughter in his heart. At this moment, another bolt of silver lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the deep ravine, allowing Klein to see the thick grayish-white building at the bottom again. This was a building that was completely different from the present, the fourth epoch, the third epoch, and even the second epoch. Badump. Klein's heart rapidly contracted before expanding. Just as his smile bloomed, it froze on his face. Badump. Badump. Klein heard his heartbeat as general knowledge regarding the current world surfaced in his mind. There are 12 months and 365 days in a year. There are leap years. There are 24 hours a day, 60 minutes an hour, 60 seconds a minute. It's confirmed that it's a planet. There's only one sun and one moon in the sky. Badump. 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 Klein's instincts prevented him from continuing, but a voice still emerged from the depths of his heart. Could it be that there has never been such a thing as transmigration? I've actually always been on Earth, but I've been hanging above the gray fog's door of light for too long. I truly don't belong to this era. As this thought formed, many details that he hadn't noticed erupted like a volcano in Klein's mind. In the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea, before entering the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, there are decaying and collapsed steel buildings around the ancient well. This seems to have been left behind by humans. The overall terrain of the northern and southern continents is very similar to that of North and South America. However, a large area between the two has been wiped out by some unknown force, forming a complicated, winding berserk sea. Also, Sonia Island is like the large northern island that drifted southward. Mid-Seashire is like an expanded and connected version of the five Great Lakes. It's as if it was attacked by a huge meteorite on the mountains, and rivers have changed, but the continent's North continent is lands. Sea region. By continent, sea treasure, the lands. By continent, the land. Nether mountains and sea region continent is. The gods. In world sea, AAC. Civilization law, civilization Hana. Moon, the giant king's parents are humans. The origins of the sanguine and elves are also suspected to be humans. The two questions I had previously, why did Sapphira Castle capture transmigrators from Earth, and why did those people belong to the era I lived in, can now be explained. In just 2 to 3 seconds, Klein's mind seemed to be struck by lightning. This made his lips tremble slightly, as though he was trying his best to prevent an answer from forming. However, this world's moon is crimson. The situation in the cosmos is also a little different from Earth's. I'm not an astronomy enthusiast, so I can't remember it clearly. However, the Emperor consumed the Savant Pathways potion. If the cosmos was completely the same, he would have discovered it long ago. Objections appeared in Klein's mind. They were like strong anchors, preventing a ship from being blown away from the harbor in a storm. But in the next second, Klein remembered 2 sentences. One was a terrifying prophecy he had read on the internet in his previous life. When the stars return to their positions, chaos will rise from the ground, and the great primordial one will awaken. The other sentence was, be careful of the moon. Wasn't that prophecy made up? When the stars return to their positions, there's a difference from before. Klein almost ignored Amon in front of him. Even his body began to tremble slightly. It took him a great deal of effort to sigh in his heart. Perhaps I've never left my hometown, but I'll never be able to return home. Just as he had this realization, the grayish-white fog silently appeared in front of him. This time he stood directly in the waning forest, corresponding to the end of the first epoch and the beginning of the second epoch. Unlike before, the endless gray fog in front of him was no longer empty. In the depths of the fog, far, far away, shattered spots of light lit up one after another. They were like lighthouses that illuminated the path of history, pulling Klein forward as he constantly traced back, traversing thousands of years or even more. Then, he saw the bright door of light that was dyed bluish-black. He saw transparent cocoons hanging above the door of light, and he saw himself in a t-shirt and casual pants. An invisible wind blew past, and the grayish-white fog beneath the door of light parted layer by layer, revealing cities. Within them stood tall skyscrapers. All kinds of cars were parked, and pedestrians were coming and going. These cities were piled on top of each other, covered in grayish-white dust. Many of the buildings had already collapsed, with broken steel bars sticking out. Some of the cars were dented, some had collapsed, and some had been flattened. The pedestrians were lifeless, like wax figurines. Upon seeing this scene, Klein stopped and stared at it intently. He knew very well, this world was Earth. His scholar of your potion had been completely digested at this moment. Suddenly, Klein's consciousness returned to the real world, and he realized that his connection with Sapphira Castle had strengthened. Amidst the buzzing sound, the resonance produced by the prayers of the tarot members became even stronger. Previously, he could already use them to vaguely sense the Sapphira Castle above the gray fog. When he saw the Fool's Chair, Klein seemed to have finally established a certain connection with the crimson figure that was twisting and attempting to take form. Klein instantly came to a realization. At this moment, he didn't need to recite the incantation or take 4 steps counterclockwise. With a thought, his spirit body could enter Sapphira Castle and merge with the figure. This was undoubtedly the best opportunity for him to escape. Without bothering to sigh at the fact that this world was Earth, Klein immediately thought that Amon definitely wouldn't expect such a change. He leaped towards Sapphira Castle. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, a monocle, and a classic mage robe, was reflected in Klein's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with endless joy. Klein's mind suddenly exploded as all his thoughts were occupied by Amon's crazy ravings. You're right. I don't want to steal your fate and become the new owner of Sapphira Castle while carrying a heavy burden. You're right. This is a fraud that has been going on from the beginning. However, the core of this fraud is to make you believe that I've given you hope and destroyed it all the way to crush your will, so that you would agree to become my blessed. If I hadn't deliberately changed my clothes before entering the forsaken land of the gods, and if I hadn't accidentally displayed the ability to make use of mistakes several times, would you have been so sure that my true body had already arrived? Don't tell me that a god of deceit wouldn't know that changing his appearance would reveal many problems. Do you think that I, who had long entered Chernobyl, wouldn't understand what this name means? I've been in the forsaken land of the gods for more than 1,000 years. I've been searching for the most ancient history, the history that exceeds the first epoch. The true goal of this journey is to give you some time and give you some historical knowledge. It will help you digest the scholar of your potion and make you relax your guard in this aspect. Then, when your connection with Sapphira Castle deepens and you attempt to trigger Sapphira Castle, seize this opportunity and use the loophole to steal Sapphira Castle. Fate is yours, and Sapphira Castle is mine. This terrifying ravings from a king of angels not only contained Amon's chuckle, but it also ravaged Klein's mind. It was in no way inferior to Mr. Door's roars. On the surface of Klein's skin, traces of worms of spirit appeared. He was on the verge of losing control, and in his body, a 12-ringed worm of time crawled out, transforming into an illusory Amon wearing a black mage robe, a pointed hat, and a crystal monocle. He was Amon, who was parasitizing Klein's body at a superficial level. His goal wasn't to monitor his thoughts, nor was parasitizing him to control the situation at a critical moment, but to seize the opportunity. From the beginning, Amon had used parasitizing at a deep level. His main goal was to parasitize a worm of time at a superficial level without his saint noticing. The illusory Amon turned his head and looked at Klein, who was unable to think due to the ravings. He revealed a smile that was identical to his true body. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly with endless joy. Then turned around and used the invisible connection to leap towards Sapphira Castle above the grayish-white fog. This was similar to how he had previously parasitized Derek Berg's body and attempted to use the crimson star that corresponded to the sun to infiltrate the world above the gray fog. But this time, no one purified Sapphira Castle, closed the door, and isolated Amon. This was a wonderful performance. This was the god of deceit. Chapter 1198. In the blink of an eye, Amon saw the grayish-white fog and the ancient and majestic palace above him. As long as he stretched out his hand and passed through the final obstruction, he would be able to touch Sapphira Castle and directly enter it, essentially stealing it away. But at that moment, a gigantic bluish-black palm suddenly appeared above Amon's illusory figure, blocking his path into Sapphira Castle. Amon's illusory figure subconsciously turned his head and looked towards the palm. He saw the one-eyed giant that had long died and was covered in rotting pus. The exaggerated vertical eye of Blattle, who was known as the god of glory, still didn't show any signs of life. The grayish-yellow fog of curse constantly emitted from his body. However, it was different from before. Behind him, there were black tubes that were almost illusory. They extended into infinity, and it was unknown where they connected to. Bang! The bluish-black giant that was dozens of meters tall instantly condensed a broadsword formed from the orange-red light of dusk. Holding it in one hand, he slashed at Amon's body, who was standing at the edge of the deep ravine. This youngest son of the giant king, who had died due to the curse, had unconsciously wandered for thousands of years before suddenly erupting with unimaginable power. The twilight sword tore through the void and jumped out from where the Angel of Time, Amon, was standing. It tore through everything around it, turning into a storm that could destroy the desolate plains. Amon didn't move. He continued standing there, and no matter how the orange-red sword storm wreaked havoc, he failed to harm him at all. He seemed to have made use of a certain mistake of this world. However, in this state, Amon was no longer able to transmit his ravings into Klein's mind, allowing Klein to finally obtain a sliver of peace. Klein ignored the fact that he was about to lose control. Amidst the clear and real praying around him, he found some clarity of mind. Then, he immediately thought of something and resonated with the crimson figure at the fool's position above the gray fog, establishing a new connection. Without any hesitation, he chose to return to Sapphira Castle. And at this moment, Amon's illusory figure that attempted to sneak above the gray fog was still blocked by the god of glory, Bladdle's bluish-black palm. Was unable to instantly break through the huge obstruction. The monocle-wearing king of angels' avatar and main body opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a word. Night. Yes, this was help from the Evernight goddess, but it wasn't without reason. Although Klein did not have much confidence in this, he had always treated this as one of his trump cards. However, he did not think that it would work. The probability was very low, and he could only hope for it when he was at his most desperate. After truly entering the forsaken land of the gods and obtaining the space to think independently, he worked hard to find resources that could be used. Then, he remembered something. The former chief of the City of Silver. This demon hunter attempted to switch to sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway, but he ended up encountering an anomaly and became a monster in the mausoleum he built. This anomaly was related to the illusory black tubes. Klein had seen similar objects in the charismatic order's artificial death. In other words, the mutation of the former City of Silver's chief was very likely related to artificial death. This indirectly explained a problem. For some unknown reason, other than the true creator, there was also artificial death who had come to life that could influence the forsaken land of the gods. And now, artificial death was equivalent to the Evernight goddess to a certain extent. Based on this reasoning, Klein suspected that the goddess could use the uniqueness of the death pathway to exert a relatively low-level influence on certain things in the forsaken land of the gods. In addition, there were only 3 people directly involved in the matter regarding the former chief of the City of Silver. One of them was the current chief, Colin Iliad, the demigod elder, Waite Shermont, and the other was shepherd elder, Lovia. They were either sequence 4 saints or important believers of the true creator. It was impossible for them to be parasitized by Amon without realizing it. As for Derek Berg, the only person who had received any feedback after the incident, he wasn't the target of Amon's parasitization because he was under the watch of the fool. In other words, Amon did not know that the mutation of the former chief of the City of Silver involved the black illusory tubes. Therefore, even if he could guess that the Evernight goddess had obtained the uniqueness of the death pathway through his grasp of the situation in the outside world, causing the god of combat to react violently, he had no way of knowing that this would bring about certain changes to the forsaken land of the gods. With this understanding, Klein didn't have much confidence in doing something in this regard. In the city that believed in the Phoenix, he didn't take away the remnant beyonder characteristics of the death pathway, hoping to use it as a guide. After summoning Zeradal's historical void projection, he didn't take the opportunity to commit suicide. On the one hand, he was afraid that Amon would still have the ability to stop him, which would instead delay the other arrangements. On the other hand, he wanted to summon the Servant of Concealment, Ariana's projection, to inform the Evernight goddess of the exact situation. After doing these 2 things, Klein didn't know what the final outcome would be. He focused more on the fact that Amon's avatar had long been replaced with his true body. When he arrived at his final destination and saw the lingering angel corpse, Klein's heart stirred, but he was distracted by Amon's introduction. Only then did he realize that the goddess had already used the uniqueness of the death pathway to gain a basic grasp of the giant king's youngest son, who had been cursed thousands of years ago. She had been patiently waiting for an opportunity, and the powers of concealment that filled the forsaken land of the gods helped her hide the illusory black tubes. Suddenly, in the ancient palace above the gray fog, at the seat of honor of the fool at the end of the long, mottled table, The crimson figure that would occasionally distort and scatter finally took form, revealing the black-haired, brown-eyed, and rather scholarly appearance of Klein. With just a thought, Klein's consciousness and spirit body returned to Sapphira Castle. He then used the close connection between Sapphira Castle and his body, as well as the resonance brought about by the prayers of the tarot members, to directly see himself, who had lost focus and was about to lose control. He saw Amon's illusory figure, who had used error, to circle around the bluish-black palm. Amon's crystal monocle-wearing head looked up and made eye contact with Klein, who was sitting at the fool's seat. Klein beckoned for the sea god scepter and raised it. The entire gray fog boiled as the entire Sapphira Castle trembled. The majestic and terrifying power gathered over, transforming into a surging lightning torrent. Under the illumination of the blue gem that lit up at the same time, it surged down crazily, drowning Amon's avatar and Klein's body. The deep rumbling of thunder reverberated, and the terrifying silver-white lightning tore apart everything it enveloped. Amon's illusory figure collapsed, and Klein's body was destroyed. He had finally succeeded in committing suicide. After completing this strike, Klein, who was high above the gray fog, immediately severed the connection between Sapphira Castle and the real world to prevent Amon's main body from creating any new accidents. Right on the heels of that, he began to wait for a miracle, for a resurrection. Beside the deep ravine with a thick grayish-white building at the bottom, Amon's main body adjusted the crystal monocle and stole the curse that maintained the existence of the ancient god's youngest, Blattle. The bluish-black giant quickly rotted and turned into white bones. The illusory black tubes didn't persist as they retracted back into the depths of the darkness. Wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe, Amon stood there. He raised his head and looked at the sky in silence for a few seconds, as though he was looking at Sapphira Castle through the fog of history. Finally, he pinched the crystal monocle and muttered to himself as the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting. Inside the ancient palace, at the end of the long mottled table, Klein sat at the seat belonging to the fool as he carefully looked at the grayish-white fog below. He discovered that the beyonder characteristics contained in his destroyed body had unknowingly entered the historical void, fusing with the projections of the worms of spirit from the past, making them corporeal. As long as Klein's consciousness in Sapphira Castle was willing, these worms of spirit could immediately drill out of the fog of history and reconstruct his body in the real world. The miracle of resurrection was essentially a deeper use of the power of the past. The miracle is achieved with the help of the past and future. Klein frowned slightly as he attempted to analyze how the miracle of a miracle invoker came about. After thinking for a few seconds, he quickly refocused and attempted to revive in Sapphira Castle. Then, he discovered a problem. That was that the resurrection of his body could only be done in the real world, and it had to be within a certain range of his remains. As for his spirit body, it could be directly resurrected above the gray fog. However, Klein's spirit body hadn't been destroyed. It was sitting on the fool's high-back chair. Receiving help from the past is effective. The number of revivals I'm expending now is in advance of becoming a miracle invoker. From the looks of it, there's only one chance. Man, Amon should be guarding my corpse now. I have to think of a way to escape this predicament. His view of time is different from others. He is a very patient god of mischief. Yes, this state can only be maintained for 3 days. After that, I won't be able to borrow power from the past to resurrect. If it really doesn't work, I'll just abandon my body and become an undead. Klein's thoughts raced. Although he was still a little vexed, he was already in the most relaxed state he had been in the past few days. He had finally escaped the near-despair situation. Looking at the high-backed chairs behind him that lit up with symbols and the crimson stars that were expanding and contracting, Klein exhaled and leaned back in his chair in relief. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. This is my anchor. P.S. This plot has finally come to an end. The entire story actually started when I was reading the Cthulhu mythos. When I saw the meme related to Cthulhu, I suddenly thought Cthulhu says that he's about to awaken. What if he's already awakened? It doesn't matter if I don't know much about Cthulhu. I can just replace the 3 words with evil gods. After all, the corresponding deities are set up by me. Divine Sovereign of the 9 heavens. Chapter 1199. The shimmering crimson light warmed Klein's heart. He felt that he wasn't that lonely, and that someone was still thinking about him. As the illusory prayers became clearer and more realistic, they became noisier and more chaotic. Klein realized that Sapphira Castle was summoning him, and the resonance between the two was constantly increasing. By the time all the tarot members had finished praying, Klein had a vague feeling that he could enter Sapphira Castle at any time. His consciousness was about to manifest there, but he was ultimately lacking a layer of obstruction that prevented him from breaking through. This problem was finally resolved after he completely digested the Scholar potion. It was also because of this that he was able to seize the opportunity to return to Sapphira Castle before Amon broke through the God of Glory, Blattle's obstruction. In just 2 short days, all the tarot members have prayed once. Normally speaking, there shouldn't be such a coincidence. Some of them aren't problematic, and some of them should have been influenced by the goddess or will. If I'm lucky enough, I'll naturally have a good development. Klein carefully thought about it and noticed something that didn't make sense. However, this was all explainable, and there was no need to pay too much attention to it. After changing his sitting posture slightly, Klein's gaze gradually turned deep. Although he felt that it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to return home when he saw the door of light and the cocoon. After confirming this point and discovering that this world was his hometown, he still felt as though his hope had been completely shattered, as though the light of dawn had been swallowed by darkness. Back then, I used the fool that doesn't belong to this era as an honorific name. Perhaps it was a revelation given by my spiritual intuition. Deep in my heart, I might have sensed something. By the way, I remember that I transmigrated while sleeping. Why was I wearing a t-shirt and casual pants while hanging in the cocoon? Klein frowned slightly as he cast his gaze at the grayish-white fog beneath Sapphira Castle. As he searched for the reason from the fragments of light in the fog of history, he tried hard to recall every detail of that night. Finally, Klein found the corresponding historical fragment. Zhou Mingrue, who was wearing a t-shirt and casual pants, had set up a luck enhancement ritual before dinner. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the incantation, "The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." In Klein's memory, nothing had happened at that time, but the scene in the historical fragment was different. Zhou Mingrue completed the 4 steps and completed the ritual. His face was pale and his eyes were dull. After that, his movements were a little sluggish as he ate, read, watched dramas, and played with his phone. He seemed to be completing a predetermined program. Finally, Zhou Mingrue came to the sink and looked at his lifeless reflection in the mirror. He brushed his teeth and washed his face, then went to bed. During this process, he did not change out of his t-shirt and casual pants. He just covered himself with the blanket and closed his eyes. Not long after, a strong light and violent shaking ended the corresponding historical segment. Klein couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his temples. So, there were no changes after the luck enhancement ritual. Everything was normal. It was just my perception. In fact, my body had already undergone a mutation. If it were in the past, Klein would definitely feel horrified and fearful over the truth of this matter. However, he had suffered too many shocks over a long period of time. Just a moment ago, his worldview of the world had nearly collapsed. Such a trivial matter could no longer cause him to feel any strong ripples. However, after discovering this, coupled with the fact that the Emperor had transmigrated because he had bought a mysterious silver token, as well as the fact that the suspended spirit body in a transparent cocoon above the door of light still had a cell phone, Klein quickly made some guesses about the situation back then. It's likely that the owner of Sapphira Castle influenced reality and transmitted the luck enhancement ritual, the mysterious silver token, the mutated cell phone, and other items. Anyone who obtained them and did the corresponding actions would be pulled above the gray fog at some point in time, hanging above the door of light. This is a kind of random selection. It doesn't point to a specific target. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. However, why was it named Notes on Secret Arts of the Qin and Han Dynasties? Was it randomly made up by the affected humans, or was it really passed down from the Qin and Han Dynasties? It's not impossible. If the prophecy of the stars returning to their positions is true, and it corresponds to the original creator, he had been sleeping in the Earth's core all this time. It was like that in an era even more ancient than ancient times. As for Sapphira Castle, it's said to be formed from some parts of his body. This isn't a sanctuary or a cockpit. In the beginning, while waiting to awaken and destroy the world, he was persistently influencing reality to a small extent, making arrangements such as imparting a ritual. Wouldn't this be a little contradictory? That prophecy must have been made by the affected humans as well. Klein reached out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long modeled table. He fell into a temporarily unsolvable conundrum. Soon, he recalled a sentence and a few things. The sentence was, "Whatever separates must converge, and whatever converges must separate." Those things were the ancient sun god, the father of Amon and Adam, had deliberately separated his negative personality. Beyonders who were close to the underground or encountered certain corruption would gradually produce a brand new version of themselves. After going to the moon, Roselle the Great's personality had unknowingly changed to a certain extent. Many of the 22 Beyonder pathways were contradictory, just like Demonis and Hunter. Perhaps the original creator was an amalgamation of contradictions that could only be alleviated through slumber. Klein had a certain guess, but he had no way of confirming it. He couldn't even be sure if the original creator who would awaken when the stars returned to their positions in his previous life was the same creator who split into all things in the myths and legends of the present era. This required more clues and more evidence to confirm. He couldn't just rely on his own guesses and imagination. It's not like I'm a visionary. Klein lampooned himself and cast his gaze upwards. It was a nearly gray void, with grayish-white clouds drifting in certain areas. There are still many things that need to be confirmed. For example, is that so-called Chernobyl a shelter created by humans before the original creator awakened? Or does the characteristics of the 22 Beyonder pathways all stem from the original creator? Or is the position of the stars normal or abnormal? Or is the apocalypse in 1368 the stars returning to their correct positions? Or the origins of the first blasphemy slate? Or what's above the moon? With this in mind, Klein's tapping fingers suddenly paused as he muttered, "That's right." He whispered, "For example, the homeland of the elves, the legendary Western continent. Does it still exist? Why can't anyone head there?" The answer to Klein's question was a long silence. He slowly leaned back and propped his arms on the armrests. After a few minutes, Klein closed his eyes and had a thought, or rather, a decision. After his successful resurrection, he planned on staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a period of time to seek answers to some of his questions. Just as Roselle the Great had said, the answers to many things were in the forsaken land of the gods. Blasphemer Amon had wandered here for more than 1,000 years, exploring history that exceeded the first epic. Furthermore, if I keep heading east in the forsaken land of the gods, I might reach the legendary Western continent. Klein cast his gaze outside the ancient palace and looked into the endless distance. To him, staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a period of time was also a strategy. At the very least, it would attract Amon's attention, preventing him from mobilizing his avatars in the outside world to search for German Sparrow in Rouen and Bakeland. That would bring great danger to the people Klein knew and were familiar with. Thankfully, the Amon avatars that recognize my soft-heartedness have been eliminated. The corresponding information hasn't been leaked due to the existence of concealment. If not for that, Amon might have directly used the lives of Banson, Melissa, Leonard, and Miss Justice to threaten me. The outcome would be unimaginable. Haha, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck has finally shown some signs. Phew, even if I want to leave the forsaken land of the gods, there's nothing I can do now. I have to barge into the place where the dark angel slumbers. Klein shook his head and smiled. He felt that even if he could resurrect, he would be in great danger. It was impossible for a scholar of Ur to be pursued by a king of angels for long. Most importantly, the Evernight goddess was still digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. There was a limit to the power that could infiltrate the forsaken land of the gods. Once the Angel of Time, who wielded the authority of Amon, made proper preparations, it would be almost impossible for him to do what he did today. On the one hand, I have to seek help from other possible existences. After successfully resurrecting, I'll attempt to use my marionettes to chant the honorific names of the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. I'll see if they have a way to descend a certain amount of power into the forsaken land of the gods. Back then, they had devoured the ancient sun god, so they definitely wouldn't wish for Amon to obtain Sapphira Castle. On the other hand, since the scholar of your potion has been completely digested, I have to consider the matter of becoming a miracle invoker. As long as I have the level of an angel and become a complete mythical creature, my situation will be much better. At the very least, I won't be unable to withstand a wave of ravings when facing Amon's true body. Klein decided to wait for his spirit body to recover before using a medium to spy on the terrifying maggots in the nation of the Evernight on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. From there, he could obtain the knowledge of a miracle invoker. There was a high chance that it was the half-fool of the Antigonus family. After considering his future plans, Klein surveyed the area and replied to the Crimson Stars. Today, the tarot will proceed as usual. He wanted to see if Mom Hermit and Mr. the Hanging Man could provide him with inspiration to revive somewhere far away from Amon. Of course, a clever excuse was necessary. Klein had already thought of one. After replying, the world above the gray fog became extremely quiet again. Klein sat on the fool's chair, temporarily having nowhere to go. After a moment of silence, he leaned his body slightly and used his right hand to prop up his head, looking straight ahead. On the long mottled table, delicacies and exquisite candles appeared. The surrounding high-back chairs became even more reminiscent of the current era. Silhouettes materialized one after another. Some of them were middle-aged men with loud voices and silver hair. Some of them were women with Asian faces and ear-length hair. Some of them were young men who were enjoying delicious food while playing with their phones. Some of them were young girls who were laughing and joking with each other. After them, new figures appeared. They were done with a high hairline and deep gray eyes, and daily with blue eyeshadow and blush above the grayish-white fog. They surrounded the warm table that flickered with candlelight. They chatted happily and would comment on the delicacies from time to time. Klein maintained his previous expression and posture. He propped up his face with his hand as he silently watched this scene. He didn't move for a long time.